guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my own. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
Looks like it is that time, ready to roll. Midweek coming on. Yeah, we'll close out a Tuesday, roll into Wednesday. Mike. So welcome in, welcome aboard. Great to have you online here with the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. As the case has been most of this week, well, actually going all the way back to late last week. Last week and through the weekend, it's been a very active weather pattern for our friends traveling out there. 24 hours ago at this time, we were kind of alluding to the fact that we may be talking about severe weather impacting central portions of the country as we get things underway into midweek. Well, there is no shortage of severe thunderstorm warnings we've seen in the last several hours. Good news is we have not been seeing a whole lot of activity as far as tornado warnings. The last warning was about 8 o'clock Central Time, so several hours ago. But once again, still plenty of severe thunderstorm warnings in the heart of the country, stretching from parts of Nebraska, down through portions of Kansas, Oklahoma, and on into Texas. Now, through the overnight hours, we do see severe thunderstorm watches that will continue through much of the night in that zone from south central and southeastern Kansas through the eastern portions of Oklahoma, right down into the heart of central and southern Texas. A strong line of thunderstorms that they pretty much, as anticipated, congealed into just a line of strong thunderstorms, torrential rains. Meanwhile, in the Northeast, also 24 hours ago, we were talking about the torrential rains that were falling, watching the development of a full-fledged nor'easter in that portion of the country. Let's start there in the Northeast. Flood watches and warnings in place as the major storm system continues to crawl up the Atlantic coast, unleashing those drenching rains along the I-95 corridor, pounding coastal areas with rough surf and high winds. Forecasters say this isn't just the first of multiple storms that will take aim at the Northeast during the final week of October. Severe flash flooding was ongoing Tuesday morning in parts of New Jersey as the first nor'easter continued to strengthen. Some parts of the state reported over 4 inches of rain over a 24-hour period early Tuesday. Now, the storm categorized as a nor'easter since it will be spreading northeasterly winds along the coast. Forecast to complete a counterclockwise loop near the northeast coast on into Wednesday night. That means prolonged adverse conditions for New England, Long Island, New York. This storm did undergo a period of rapid intensification before midday Monday, meeting the benchmark for bombogenesis, bomb cyclone. So the rain that pushed into New York City Monday evening continues to fall and will probably right on through later this morning, Wednesday morning. Flash flood watches for New York City. The city emergency management also issued a travel advisory Monday evening that continued through Tuesday afternoon. But the heaviest, steadiest rain had subsided for New York City about midday this past day. Forecasters warned some additional downpours through Tuesday night. Of course, you'll still have the runoff from the earlier rainfall that could continue to result in some flooding in poor drainage areas. Significant rises anticipated in area streams and the secondary rivers in the area. Minor to moderate flooding expected in those unprotected locations. Now, forecasters say that one added concern besides the strong winds and the drenching rain will be the fact that this is all being taking place in areas that have already been slammed by Tropical Storm Henri and Tropical Rainstorm Ida over the summer months. New Jersey, northeastern Pennsylvania, southeastern New York, southwestern Connecticut, where we're going to be talking 4 to 8 inch rainfall totals before it's all said and done. Now, winds expected to gust from 40 to 60 miles per hour that kicked in this past afternoon. The most intense winds will be confined to eastern Long Island and the Cape Cod area, northward into coastal New Hampshire. Now, we could see winds gusting from 60 miles per hour up to as much as nearly 90 miles per hour Tuesday night. Given the long duration of the gusty winds in excess of 40 miles per hour and the fact that many trees are still almost fully leafed, the risk for significant power outages will be existing here as that storm intensifies off the New England coast overnight tonight and on into Wednesday. Those blustery onshore winds reaching 80 miles per hour, bringing the possibility of coastal flooding, beach erosion, and undoubtedly power outages. Now, AccuWeather is forecasting the storm could end up actually taking on some tropical or maybe subtropical characteristics by midweek here. If that were to happen, the National Weather Service, or the National Hurricane Center, I should say, would actually give this storm the name of Wanda, that final name for the Atlantic hurricane season's primary list of names. It would be the first named storm in nearly a month's time, which is kind of unusual in the month of October. There's typically kind of a secondary peak in the hurricane season, but has not transpired this year. By Thursday, the nor'easter will move away from the eastern U.S., and much of the Northeast gets a chance to dry out. But just hang on, because another storm's going to be approaching from the west And that is the system that currently is bringing that threat of severe weather to central portions of the country. So let's shift over there. That was the record-setting bomb cyclone that wreaked havoc over the western states over the weekend, as it now pushes into the central USA over a 3-day period. Nearly 30 million people would be at risk for severe weather. Forecasters say these storms already triggered this month the volatile pattern developing, the record number of tornadoes for the month of October. Now, the storm weakened a bit after it navigated the Rocky Mountains, strengthening now as we head into midweek, setting the stage for potentially damaging thunderstorms. That's going to include the potential for tornadoes, some of which could occur well after dark. Now, even if only a handful of tornadoes do strike, powerful winds from 40 to 60 miles per hour will be fairly common, with gusts up to as much as 80 miles per hour anticipated from this point through Thursday evening. With those sort of winds, obviously, that's strong enough to cause some damage. Severe thunderstorms packed strong winds and hail from central Kansas to the hill country of Texas this past evening. Now, later tonight, as the storms move eastward, forming that solid line, the main threat's going to be the strong wind gusts, the straight line winds primarily, obviously heavy rain and flash flooding. We could see areas from Topeka and Wichita, Kansas, seeing some of these late night storms. That line will continue to press southward around daybreak Wednesday morning, moving through the eastern portions of Oklahoma and Texas. It's going to be probably quite disruptive for the morning commute in Tulsa, Oklahoma, the Dallas-Fort Worth metro area, on down into Waco and College Station, Texas. Again, for that morning commute, the severe weather risks then persist and continue to shift eastward through the south central states and along the Gulf Coast during the day later today. And an added ingredient will be joining those factors to help trigger severe weather: energy from what was Hurricane Rick that hit Mexico as a Category 2 storm early this week will also come into play. Cities at risk for severe thunderstorms and flash flooding today will include Houston and Port Arthur, Texas, New Orleans, Lake Charles, Monroe, Louisiana. By the time we get into Wednesday night, the threat is likely to move eastward along the central Gulf Coast, moving into the Florida Panhandle region. One last gasp of severe weather possible Thursday in the southeastern corner of the U.S., carrying the risk for high winds, flash flooding, again, isolated tornadoes, and maybe waterspouts from eastern North Carolina to central and northeastern portions of Florida. Severe weather not highly unusual in the South during the fall. There's still plenty of warm, humid air available from the Gulf of Mexico. At the same time, you've got the strengthening jet stream across the northern tier that periodically dips south, bringing some of that chilly air out of Canada. And you get the clash of the air masses, that battleground for severe thunderstorms that ignite. Now, they say from the last week of October into early November, there's a higher probability of severe weather in the eastern Red River Valley into the lower Mississippi Valley, which is almost exactly where these damaging storms are going to be occurring on into the day today. The number of tornadoes thus far is on a record pace, and we could see some added to that list. 6 more tornadoes would need to touch down in order to break the old record. As of Tuesday morning, there had been 118 preliminary tornado reports. The standing October record is at 123. So that could be, again, at risk as we progress through midweek here. Like I said, it's been a very busy weather pattern and continues to be. So be careful with your travels out there. Have your severe weather alerts activated on the smartphones and your various devices. Hello to Gilligan, checking in first out of the box. All right, Zorro is on board, as well as Hank. Hello to Larry. Afternoon, everybody. Hammer down. Be safe out there. Heavy D is on board. Hello to Steve and the Overnight Drive crew. Keep on trucking. Stay safe out there. Good morning to Timothy. Roy Randolph is on board. 007 checking in from St. Louis at the Flying J. Heat Wave on board, checking in from Oregon, headed for Portland, and then off to Albuquerque for a deserved couple of days off. Yep, you're about due for a couple of days there, right? Looks like Fly Rod is on board. Morning, everybody. A chilly 48 degrees, clear skies here in Dalton, Georgia tonight. Yeah, 48. Jen, you're about the same. I'm looking at right now 46 outside the Hotshot Secret bunker. And we've actually got frost advisories in place. First frost advisories of the year for our region tonight. Let me flip over here. Yeah, from southwestern Michigan, most of Indiana, with the exception of the southwest corner of Indiana, all under frost advisories. Western Ohio and all the way down into central and even south central portions of Kentucky. A chilly night. We're forecast to drop to about 33 degrees, especially in some of the outlying areas. So I think the hardy mums are okay with those kind of temperatures, but any sensitive vegetation should be covered tonight in that region. Hello to Crazy Ray checking in from West Michigan. He's at 39 degrees at this hour. Hassie says, shout out to all the drivers that keep this country moving. Jag is on board. Morning, Steve, and all the overnight drivers. A chilly 46 clear in beautiful Music City, USA. A great night to warm up and keep your generator flowing with your Hotshot Secret products. Good advice. Bidu checking in. Morning, Steve, and the Overnight Drive Nation. And happy birthday to Pappy. Yeah, Pappy's wrapping up that birthday. He actually had the night off last night. I'm not sure if he's out there serving and protecting tonight or not. Maybe he'll check in at some point. Morning, Steve. Tank in the house. Happy hump day. 45 degrees here in New Mexico tonight. Headed back east to the home 20. Got a short week this week. Everybody truck safe. Have a great day. And all of our friends with let's go Brandon, let's go Biden. Super Joe. Captain Ron checking in from Valdosta, Georgia. A comfortable 63 degrees there. Semper Fi. Hello to Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler. Morning, Steve. Shout out to the Carolina Monkey Gouger from Naravisa, New Mexico tonight. And let's get one or two more here. Checking in from Tacoma, Washington. There's Keith on board. 49 degrees. It kind of rained all day, but everybody have a good night. And copy in the mail, there's Chevy Guy. Round the country, our number is 844-844-3388. I'll get to some of our industry headlines coming up here as, again, we roll into midweek. Hump Day coming on. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hotshot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring cord that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hotshot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hi, this is Pete Matouche. In 1999, my brother started the Turbo 3000. We're proud to continue on with his legacy.
The fuel that you've spent your hard-earned money on is completely burned, and that's your profit going right back where it belongs, in your pocket.
For our Canadian customers, you can get the Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-567-1007. For a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, where shall we begin here on a Wednesday morning? Let's start with some of our industry headlines. Flatbed hauling 50 beehives full of bees, overturning in the state of Maine, wreaking havoc for the bees and those involved in the cleanup effort. Going back to Monday evening, just after 6 o'clock, according to the Central Maine News, the semi was traveling north along River Avenue when it was cut off by a four-wheeler that was headed south. The car crossed the center line in front of the rig. The two vehicles collided, causing the rig to jackknife and overturn, releasing the bees. Now, the truck driver, who was also the beekeeper, unloaded several of the hives from the truck in the hopes that some of the lost bees would return to their hive. Those hives remained on the side of the road until Tuesday night. But there were bees everywhere. They were obviously upset after the truck overturned, according to the police. The motorist suffered some injuries to his face, transported to a nearby hospital. He has been summoned on charges of operating under the influence and operating in violation of a conditional license, pending blood test results. A pickup truck driver's erratic driving led to a serious head-on collision with a semi in Indiana this past morning, near Charlestown, Indiana. The pickup truck was traveling on the wrong side of the Paul Garrett Road in the industrial park when an oncoming semi moved into the center lane to avoid the pickup. All of a sudden, the pickup swerved back towards the proper lane, thus a head-on collision in the center turn lane. As a result, the driver of the pickup had to be pulled from the vehicle by first responders, transported to a nearby hospital with life-threatening injuries. Then one more here. A woman dead after a truck thief ran a tractor into her home as she was sleeping Monday night. You just never know, do you? Sleeping in the comforts of your own home, and here comes a tractor trailer plowing into the house. This was Northwest Harris County in Texas. Police initially received reports of a truck theft from a local trucking company approximately 10 miles from the crash scene. Police locating the rig using GPS tracking, they caught up to the thief, who promptly led them on a chase. The 39-year-old truck thief, Eric Black, then aimed the rig at a mobile home and jumped from the vehicle, sending it crashing into the home without a driver. Black was then transported to a nearby hospital with minor injuries as crews worked to search the home for residents. One man was discovered trapped beneath the tractor. Crews assembled poles to keep the surrounding areas stable as they worked to pull him from the wreckage. That man suffered serious injuries but was expected to survive. 2 other men in the house were not injured, but one woman who was initially thought to be missing was later found deceased inside the home. Just crazy. Police say Black has a prior criminal history. He was out on parole for a different evading with a motor vehicle charge at the time of the truck theft and the subsequent crash. He is now facing murder and reckless aggravated assault charges, which are 2 felonies that would carry a minimum of 25 years in prison. The Harris County District Attorney's Office plans to put the suspect on no bond. There you go. A couple of our industry headlines as we get things underway here. Meanwhile, it's 844-844-3388. So Thanksgiving is just around the corner. Yes, this is the final week of October. Halloween coming up this weekend. And you start making plans for that Thanksgiving buffet, the biggest dinner of the year, right? Well, looks like, according to the reports, you may be opening up that pocketbook. Thanksgiving of 2021 may be the most expensive meal in the history of the holiday. So says the New York Times, obviously talking about inflationary prices that families are going to have to absorb to celebrate the holiday first commemorated by the Pilgrims in 1621. I can buy that this will be the most expensive Thanksgiving ever, but there's an income inequality story that matters a lot, according to the economist at Michigan State University. Now, he said the rich are going to be spending more on Thanksgiving than they have ever spent before, but not everyone's going to be able to do that. Indeed, Calvin Moore, the Congressional Leadership Fund communications director, with close connections to the Republican leadership, tells Breitbart News that Biden's policies have created a situation in which working families can't even afford to celebrate the holidays this year. Family budgets are being pushed to the brink, and voters will quit House Democrats cold turkey because of this. You could only hope, right? Many grocery items have increased in cost dramatically since Donald Trump held the office. American worker Caroline Hoffman said vanilla extract, for example, is nearly $2 more than it was this time a year ago. Sweet potatoes have increased in price. Consumers finding shelves lacking the starch in stores. Now, the director of sweet potato sales for Wada Farms says he has never seen anything like this. He said, I've been running sweet potatoes for 38, 39 years. By the end of the year, market analysts say prices per pound will likely surpass the record Department of Agriculture benchmark for the price of turkeys. The record was $1.36 per pound that was set back in 2015. The price of turkey has reportedly increased because of the cost of corn, which is fed to most turkeys to fatten them up in time for the slaughter. That price increase has more than doubled since last year, with whole birds between 8 and 16 pounds already 25 cents a pound more than they cost last Thanksgiving. The price of celebrating Thanksgiving will be compounded by the shipping delays, which have been primarily created by union infighting and the labor shortage. The coronavirus unemployment policies that kept workers at home rather than getting a job. The shipping delays from Asia amounted to 73 days in the month of September, according to the chain supply technology company Freightos. All right, when Trump was president, the price to ship a container from Asia to California was about $3,800. That price today is $17,000. This supply chain crisis has increased the price of food by 4.6% since last year. More specifically, you'd notice the price of meat. Meat, poultry, fish, eggs, all up more than 10%. Yeah, get ready to fork over the cash for your Thanksgiving dinner. All right, we'll get a news break in here, and coming back, we'll get to your calls. Jump on in here. Plenty of room for you as we roll into a midweek at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Chris Barnes.
We're going to raise the minimum wage.
President Joe Biden making a short trip from the district to Virginia to support Democratic gubernatorial candidate in that state, Terry McAuliffe. Speaking in Arlington, Biden saying he and McAuliffe both have the same vision for the U.S. economy, including the efforts to raise the minimum wage to at least $15 an hour.
No one working full-time should live below the poverty line.
Pfizer's COVID vaccine for kids getting the green light from an FDA panel covering a lower dose for the younger kids from 5 through 11. The vaccine currently available to those 12 and older. The final approval for those 5 through 11 rests with the full FDA and then ultimately the CDC. A nor'easter battering the eastern seaboard. It's now affecting New England. Flood warnings in effect from New Jersey to northern Massachusetts. And this is USA Radio News.
Life can be full of risks. One thing you shouldn't take a risk with ever is your family's health insurance. If you're self-employed or you now need affordable health insurance, you need to make this free call right now and see how the Health Insurance Helpline can help you get it. We specialize in helping the self-employed and people just like you that need affordable health insurance to get it. We have short and long-term health insurance plans, and some even cover dental, vision, and prescription drugs. Don't take a risk with your family's health insurance. It's not worth it. If you're self-employed or now need affordable health insurance, call right now and learn for free how to get it. Listen, affordable health insurance plans for everyone just like you are a free phone call away. So give us a shout right now.
800-470-8021. 800-470-8021. 800-470-8021. That's 800-470-8021.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Hi, this is Pete Matouche. In 1999, my brother started the Turbo 3000. We're proud to continue on with his legacy.
The fuel that you've spent your hard-earned money on is completely burned, and that's your profit going right back where it belongs, in your pocket.
For our Canadian customers, you can get the Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-567-1007. For a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring cord that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, welcome back at it here. It's 844-844-3388. And plenty of room for you. Morning, Steve, from Tony this morning. Have a great show. Checking in from Hamilton. Garbage throwing daddy checking in out of Westchester today. Oh, wow. A crisp 35 degrees. Might have to break out the hoodie tonight. You probably will. Yeah, stay safe out there. Hello to the Michigan Madman. Good to have you on board there, Steve. A happy Wednesday or hump day from Eskimo Mom. 4 more days till vacation. 6 days till Election Day. I'll be doing a 4-stop Lafayette, Indiana pedal tonight. Got a frost advisory, yes, for a chunk of Ohio, Indiana, Kentucky. Right now it's 42 and clear near Spiceland, Indiana. Hello to Far, I believe it is. New truck driver, just heard about your show tonight while I was on a 34-hour restart in a bar grill. Not going to lie, that hot shots taste terrible. Well, welcome aboard, Far, wherever you're checking in from. I think he's got us tuned in via YouTube tonight. And, yeah, Hot Shot Secret's not for drinking unless you're going to feed it to your truck. And it'll work wonders. You got to try it out. Give us a call sometime, Far. Let's see. Morning to Norman. It looks like we're going to get some rain here in north central Kansas tonight. Voodoo Child checking in from Fayetteville, Tennessee, where it's a cool 47 tonight. Doc Holliday on board here in New York tonight. Hello to Miss Millie. Morning to Steve and all. It's been a long day. I had to say goodbye to an amazing nephew for the last. He passed away this past Friday. Complications from COVID. Had both COVID experimental injections. So, in other words, fully vaccinated. Wow. Papa Rock checking in from the Petro in Shreveport, Louisiana. Hello to Mr. Q, who is on board. Morning to James checking in from Kennesaw, Georgia. Jolly Green Giant, hello to everyone out there. 44 degrees at his location there in Indiana. Richard on board there in Central Florida. Finally, someone that's in some warmer temperatures where it's a comfortable 72 degrees. Good. Hope you enjoy that. Send some of that our way, will you? Big Sexy checking in from Truman, Arkansas tonight, headed out to Jonesboro to pick up the papers, get that route started. Got 55 degrees here. Everybody be safe out there. All right, on up to the phones we go. First out of the box. This very well may be the most expensive bird in the world.
Hello, Steve. It's me, Thomasina Turkey.
My. It's that time of year again, isn't it? Hello, Thomasina Turkey.
Yes.
Let me guess.
Yes,
you can't
Steve.
find Tom. Is Tom lost again?
No, Steve. Tom is with me this year.
Oh.
Because nobody can afford him.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, nobody can afford Tom, so he can come out this year, Steve.
That's true, yes.
So, yes, we're encouraging people to buy more chicken for Thanksgiving.
That or how about ham? Ham's going to have to be more ham on the plate, I think.
Oh, yes, Steve. Ham will work, too.
Okay.
But you can't afford no turkey this year.
Nope.
Because wheat turkeys are too high. Just too high. That's all there is to it. And speaking of too high, Tom and I got high the other day, too, Steve.
Oh, yeah?
Yes. And you know that thing you advertise, that hot shot secret stiction eliminator?
Yes.
Well, Steve, I tried that, and mine and Tom's sex life has really improved.
That's interesting.
Yes. That stiction eliminator works.
I hear you, yeah.
Yes. Oh, Tom is just as happy as he can be this year, though. And you know, last year, President Trump, he pardoned Tom also.
I saw that, yes.
You remember?
Yes, I do, yes.
Yes.
Presidential pardon.
Yes.
Yeah, Tom actually got to meet Melania at the time, didn't he?
Oh, yes, he did. That was a joy of his life.
Yeah.
He didn't need any stiction eliminator then.
Yes, sir.
But Steve, Tom has said that he would rather lay down and die this year than be pardoned by President Biden. When his name is mentioned, Tom just says, "Let's go, Brandon."
That's great. That's great. Even Tom the Turkey. Let's go, Brandon. Well, I'm so glad glad to hear from you, Thomasina. It's like a once a year. It's an annual thing when Thanksgiving time rolls around, and it's great to know Tom will be safe. He will not disappear this year.
Well, it's good to hear from you, Steve. And you tell that Carolina monkey gouger and that guy called Big Sexy not to eat no turkey this year.
No turkey.
Stick with ham. All right.
Thank you very much. Thomasina Turkey. Yep, it's that time of year. Let me see here. Woke up to a phone call from my sister earlier. My mom and aunt were in an accident this afternoon. Aunt was driving my mom's brand new Ford Explorer. They're both okay, but not so good for the Explorer. They'll just be sore for sure tomorrow. But I'd appreciate it if everyone kept them in your thoughts and your prayers. All right, that's Big Sexy, actually. Big Sexy. So sorry to hear about that. Yeah, prayers for your mom and your sister there. Buckeye Boy checking in from Ackworth, where it's a chilly 49 degrees. Got back from Florida, rushed home to watch the Braves beat Houston in Game 1 of the World Series. We lost one of our best pitchers, though. Charlie Morton, who got hit by a hard grounder, fractured a bone in his lower leg. Anyway, have a great night. Everybody be careful out there. All right, so Yeah, game one of the World Series. I had not seen who won game one there. It's kind of comical because, sometime in the next week or so, Major League Baseball Commissioner Rob Manfred will hand off the World Series championship trophy in one of the two cities in this country in which he may very well be the most despised. One is Houston, where Tuesday night's game one, Manfred is seen as a villain over his handling of the sign-stealing scandal that tarnished the Astros title back in 2017 and stained their players' legacies. Many fans believe Manfred scapegoated the Astros for committing a crime that was widespread at the time and essentially unfairly transformed them into the most hated franchise in professional sports. Of course, the other is Atlanta, where Manfred sparked the political firestorm, pulling the All-Star game in response to Georgia's new voting law. That move, which the Braves publicly opposed, enraged some state officials and alienated a portion of fans who are now celebrating even more important games coming to town. However it shakes out, it is a hellish proposition for Manfred. Sports commissioners frequently hear boos. Just ask Roger Goodell how much he enjoys showing his face in New England. But the vitriol that Manfred undoubtedly will face at the end of the World Series will be vicious, coming from all directions, whatever he does. It serves him right, though. Why does Major League Baseball need to be sticking its nose into any state's politics, right? Manfred finds himself pinned between liberal and conservative American politics in part because Major League Baseball started to respond to calls to act on social issues last year. It left the commissioner pretty much simultaneously under pressure to take those stances to their logical conclusion. At the same time, he's still facing resentment from people that were aggrieved to those positions. Yes. Stick to baseball, Manfred. Stick to what your job is. Do your job and shut your mouth. Let me see here. What are we looking at here? Eskimo Mom said Thanksgiving should be about getting together. Yeah, the meal itself, that can be whatever you have on hand. Yeah, it's get together, spend some time with family, friends, loved ones. Let's see. Norman said V8 juice is off the charts. It was what was $11 for 24 cans is now over $35. Wow. All right. Hello to all those checking in here. Manuel is on board as well. Hello, Steve Reno. Checking in from the Walmart Distribution Center in Mankato, Minnesota, where it's a clear night, 51 degrees. Our number, 844-844-3388. Would this be Curtis?
AKA Doc Plate, courtesy of Chevy Guy.
So what's happening tonight, Curtis?
Well, I've been noticing in town all the empty shelves. And are you having the eggless problem in Cincinnati as we are in Salisbury?
Honestly, I have not actually stepped foot into the grocery store in well over a month. I mean, wife's been doing the click list thing. I just go, park out front and they bring it out and put it in the back of the vehicle. So I haven't seen the shelves. So I can't tell you.
And a friend of mine has some fish, and he's been hunting for fish food. My wife searched on the food lines and the Walmarts in the Salisbury area. Nobody had fish food. He had to go to PetSmart.
Fish food. Yeah, I know. We had caller Steve the other night was mentioning that he went to his grocery store and they did not have eggs or milk. And I think he's somewhere in this region here, like in the Ohio Valley region, if I'm not mistaken.
I mean, the only thing they had egg-wise was egg white.
Is that right?
And that was it. That not even the specialty 6-pack of eggs. No eggs, but egg white.
I'll be darned. I don't know what the deal is. I had not heard what's going on with the eggs. I know the price of eggs is up dramatically. It's kind of like in line with the meat, the beef, and the chicken and all. But
now the funny thing is, went to another grocery store at an Acme, you had Eggland's best eggs after Yin Yang. Like there was a chicken house in there.
Interesting.
So I don't know what the distribution problem is, but there is a problem in distribution.
That's pretty wild. I'll do a quick search. I don't know. Maybe someone out there in listener land knows what's going on with eggs. Is it a regional supply chain thing, like so many other items, or did the chicken stop laying eggs? I don't know.
Or they protested stores,
right? Well, I'll see.
Or they're going to Let's Go Brandon.
That could be, yeah. Well, yeah, I'll do some digging, see what I can find for you there. Curtis, thank you for checking in. I believe Curtis is up in Maryland, isn't he? All right, there. What are you looking at? About 11 before the hour. Clear lines at 844-844-3388. Rolling into a hump day. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com. From the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-557-4020.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
And doing a little scouring here. I mean, you find plenty of stories from obviously going back during the height of the COVID in 2020. Of course, early on, when you had packing houses and whatnot shutting down, and then like in the fall of 2020, where they had issues apparently with the packaging, like the cartons to package the eggs. Then I see Here it looks like the food shortages have continued in 2021. After some signs of a slow, cautious return to pre-pandemic normalcy over the summer, fall of 2021 is looking remarkably like the fall of 2020. And that means supply issues at grocery stores once again. And people talking about seeing those empty shelves. This time, the shortages, they say, are scattered throughout the store. But shoppers hoping to get their hands on specific products may find it's not that easy right now. Now, this is from just over the past week or so. They say it's spotty. It's not a widespread situation. According to the vice president of Consumer Brands Association, which represents the packaged good industry, companies like General Mills and Kellogg's, it's not like at the beginning when people went out and cleared the shelves so they could stockpile and panicked. But yes, still there are specific product areas that are feeling a strain most strongly right now. Let's look at a few of those items. Some products to look for during your next grocery run. Number one, canned goods. Last year, people stocked up on canned goods. Manufacturers wound up facing an aluminum shortage. The shortage has continued over a year into the pandemic, which is leading to reduced supply of products like tomato paste, canned vegetables, soda. Turkey, oh boy, Thanksgiving is not quite here. We're not ready to set the table. It might be time to start sourcing that main attraction, though. Large turkeys were passed over last year in favor of smaller 14-pounders as people gathered in small groups. And factories shut down due to the pandemic. Grain prices have shot up. All those factors have resulted in a shortage of smaller turkeys this year. And since it seems this year may also feature smaller Thanksgiving get-togethers, it might be time to snap one up, pop it in the freezer before the big day. Buy a frozen bird or buy parts instead of the whole thing. Chicken. Turkey isn't the only bird crying foul. Chickens are off the menu too. Back in February, news of a chicken shortage dropped, resulting in fast food chains cutting back on various chicken items. The shortage has now begun to affect grocery chains, struggling to find chicken suppliers. Pet food is on the list. Thanks to higher corn, soy, and meat prices, pet food is in short supply. Anywhere from 10 to 20% more expensive than it would usually be. So you're not really finding sales on your pet food? Even big retailers like Target and Amazon are facing shortages of pet food, leaving many pet owners scrambling to find their furry friends stable foods and their favorite treats. Lunchables had been on the list. School and work back in full swing in many places. The Lunchables had been flying off the shelves, while Kraft announced last year they would be keeping it on the shelves despite cutting a large number of their products. It seems the increased demand is outstripping the supply. Bottled water is on the list here. Costco has reported shortages of bottled water and jugs of water, and the warehouse has already begun to put purchase limits on other items, anticipating a shortage. How about liquor? In states like Pennsylvania, Virginia, and Ohio, liquor stores are still running short on supplies after a major spike in demand last year. I guess everybody was confined to their homes, so I guess they just stayed home and drank. I remember going over a survey of people who were working from home. Yeah, where of course you couldn't break out the liquor and you take a shot at the office when you were actually working in the office. There were a large number of people that were, having a few drinks while they worked from home on any given day. According to NPR, import prices have skyrocketed. Glass bottles are hard to source. And liquor, they say, simply takes so long to make that suppliers are still struggling to catch up and probably will for a while to come. For now, some states like Virginia, where the government is in charge of alcohol sales, have actually begun to put limits on the number of bottles that people are allowed to buy. Why are these items in short supply? It's because of labor shortages, supply chain issues. From the food manufacturers to the grocery stores, there aren't enough people to make the goods, to move the goods, and sell the goods, according to the National Grocers Association. Supply is affected by more people cooking and eating at home. The trend that started at the onset of the pandemic, demand has been very, very high. Now, they don't believe there's a reason for people to stockpile. She pointed to, remember, lumber prices, an example of a product that was extremely hard to get for a while. It has become more plentiful in recent months. The food supply chain will likely rebound in a similar fashion, but it's going to take some time. If you see purchase limits on products at stores, there's no reason to panic or panic buy. The retailers are simply being responsible and trying to manage their inventory. If people can buy what they need and only what they need, there's plenty to go around. They do say shoppers should expect that specific items may be harder to get at certain times. Be mindful of your fellow shoppers. Only take what you really need. Pre-order a turkey. Secure some of your other must-haves. And don't hesitate to ask your local grocer about item availability. Okay. Items on the list. Turkey, definitely there. Gobble, gobble. All right, we close things out for hour number one. Well, you'd almost think it's a Monday. Based on the phones, clear lines at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Chris Barnes.
The Santa Fe, New Mexico DA not ruling out criminal charges possibly being brought in the shooting death of a cinematographer on the set of the movie Rust. Alec Baldwin having pulled the trigger on that gun that an assistant director had claimed was a cold gun, meaning it wasn't live, didn't have any bullets in it, but in fact it did. The New York Times is now reporting the DA says everything, including criminal charges, remain on the table. U.S. Senate Republican leader Mitch McConnell is hitting Democrats over their social spending bill, or the social infrastructure package.
The country's awash in inflation. The country's flooded with money. The last thing we need to do is to pile on with another massive, reckless tax and spending spree.
At the close on Wall Street Tuesday, the S&P 500 and the Dow had both hit new record highs. And this is USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne Alaroot, and I'm in the best shape of my life. I love working out hard every day, but I turned 60 this year, and working out can cause some serious aches and pains. I was commiserating with my buddy Jay Schrader, the Super Bowl champion and former Raiders quarterback, about the challenges of staying in great shape for anyone over age 50. Jay said I had to try sonsoflibertycbd.com, and it would heal my body, mind, and soul. He was right. No more aches and pains. I feel like $1 million. Finding quality CBD, not easy, but Sons of Liberty CBD, highest quality CBD I've ever seen. CBD is not pot. It won't get you high. It's 100% legal. It's 100% American made. CBD is mainstream and it works. For my listeners, sonsoflibertycbd.com is offering a discount of 15% off every product if you use the code WAR15 at checkout. Even better, you can combine this discount with your subscription discount for 25% off. Please support veteran-owned, service-disabled, small business, Sons of Liberty, CBD.com. Just say WAR15 to get 25% off.
An expert panel at the FDA says Pfizer's COVID vaccine for kids 5 through 11 should be given the green light. That panel's endorsement covering the lower dose for those younger children. Pfizer's vaccine is already available for those 12 and older. Moving it down for the younger kids, that decision has to be looked at next by the full FDA and then has to be approved by the CDC as well. If an agreement on it is reached, it looks like that social infrastructure bill is going to have a lower price tag than originally quoted, as we hear from USA Radio's Tim Berg.
Wyoming Senator John Barrasso says no matter what the price is, Americans will still have to pay for it.
Everybody's going to end up having to pay for this if they get to finally figure out what's going to be in it.
The Biden administration says it has framework to pay for the bill, and they would never increase taxes on anyone making less than $400,000 a year.
This is USA Radio News.
Lights out, everybody.
Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet.
Pleasant dreams.
The greatest radio shows of all time, USA Classic Radio Theater, on these radio stations or on demand by searching USA Classic Radio Theater. USA Classic Radio Theater.
President Biden was in Arlington, Virginia on Tuesday campaigning for Terry McAuliffe. The former governor of Virginia and past DNC chairman is running for governor of Virginia again. As we hear from USA Radio's Lance Pry, that race with just a couple of weeks until Election Day is in a dead heat.
On November 2nd, Virginia voters will elect a new governor. Democrat Terry McAuliffe is in a poll tie with Republican Glenn Youngkin. Mr. McAuliffe is pulling in most Democrat players to speak on his behalf. President Obama.
We don't have time to be wasting on these phony, trumped-up culture wars, this fake outrage that the right-wing media peddles to juice their ratings.
Conservative media host Bill O'Reilly told Newsmax Monday that former Virginia Governor Terry McAuliffe will lose the gubernatorial race to his Republican challenger, Glenn Youngkin.
So Barack Obama goes to Virginia because Terry McAuliffe's going to lose. And they're doing the best they can, the Democratic establishment, to reverse that. So what is he going to say? Terry McAuliffe's got a good point of view when he says that parents should stay out of their children's education.
I'm Lance Pry.
And the new sci-fi movie Dune won at the box office over the weekend in its first weekend of release, and now a sequel has already been given the go-ahead. The news from Legendary Entertainment and Warner Brothers coming after the film earned $41 million at the domestic box office over the weekend. Globally, it brought in $220 million. And for USA Radio News, I'm Chris Barnes.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Summers. It's the Overnight Drive.
Yes, it is. Sorry about that. Yeah, we're underway. Hour number 2. The prices at the pump. Yeah, we've noticed the trend. What's the trend? Up and away, and it appears there's no end in sight. The Energy Information Administration, the weekly report, shows a consistent rise in the cost of diesel. Monday's latest number, no different. National average per gallon for diesel is now at $3.71 per gallon, up from $3.67 the week before. Largest price hike, New England. Diesel up more than 7 cents per gallon. The California region also reported a 7 cent per gallon increase. The lowest increase in price was the Midwest, just over a penny and a half. The national average, though, is now at $1.32 per gallon higher than it was 1 year ago. So again, national average is $3.71. Average price in California is now at $4.60 per gallon. We're going to be back to an average $5 a gallon in California before you know it. Almost sounds like that's a distinct possibility. Let's see here. Message from Spaceman. An update, I guess, for the bridge and tunnel status from the MTA. All right, weather conditions. Wet roadways. Motorists advised to drive at reduced speed. Let's see. The change. Authority-wide. All empty tractor trailers and tandem trailers prohibited. I guess, is that, that's the bridges, right? Is that, it looks like the RFK bridge, the Throgs Neck bridge. So no empties or doubles. That's the nor'easter that continues to pound the Northeast with the incredible winds. Meanwhile, a couple from the email bag, Steve at hotshotsecret.com. First of all, from Bob and Ginger this past day. Steve, I listen often during the day. Propane. The people it will affect a lot is the campers, especially the retired on fixed incomes. The 30-pound bottle has already gone from $20 to $30 this fall. If you Google the interview with John Schneider, he's reacting to Alec Baldwin's gun mishap. Wake Up America on YouTube. He really breaks it down and makes it very plain what normally happens during one of these film shoots with weapons. I'll have to check that out. Anyway, retired 40-plus years driving, and 22 of it was teaming with my wife. When I started in 1973, all we had was the AM radio. Mike Hoyer, then Billy Cole on WHO out of Des Moines. That was the go-to, and as I stretched, I learned of the Bozo Show and Bill Mack. Now retired, I still listen to you on the replay, though. Yes, I do use Hot Shot Secret. I have for about 6 years now. I actually met the guys in an early sponsor of the Missouri tractor pools at the Missouri State Fair. Kyle has a photo I made for him from there with all the guys in it. But you and the drivers, keep on keeping us informed, and thanks for what you do. Yeah, that's a very nice email. But yeah, going out to the truck and tractor pools. That's where you'll find Josh on most occasions during pooling season anymore. All right, one more here from Ken in Wisconsin. Morning, Steve. A good friend of mine told me where to find you. I start early morning, so I usually catch the podcast. I actually started listening to your dad back in the late 80s. I've been listening ever since. As long as I could pull in that AM station you used to be on. Yeah, we've never actually met, but we have surely trucked a lot of miles together. And just a suggestion, I think you need to bring back the dynamite for some of your callers when they go off the rails. I always got a kick out of that. Anyway, glad to hear that you landed on your feet. Thanks to Hot Shot Secret for keeping my old friend that I've never met riding shotgun along through my speakers. Thank you so much. That's Ken in Wisconsin. And he says, let's go, Brandon. There you go. Thank you so much for the emails. I'm glad more and more of our friends are continuing to find us. Keep spreading the word out there. What's happening, Pappy?
What's happening, Steve?
How was your happy birthday? Have a good day?
Steve, I burnt some powder and threw some cases all over that range today.
Did you?
Bang, bang. Yes, sir. What a way to spend a birthday, right?
Yeah.
Shooting guns, being Americans, right? What's going on?
Not a whole lot. I'm assuming you didn't point any guns at the camera person, did you?
Steve, that's just plain carelessness. Before you hand any weapon to anybody, you're supposed to open the action, right?
Mm-hmm.
Make sure it's clear and hand it to that person with the action open. And apparently that didn't happen, or the person that he handed it to, when he handed it to Mr. Baldwin, he didn't check to make sure it wasn't, loaded. It's just carelessness. These things ain't toys, man. These things happen all the time. And said it before on your show, ain't nobody more pro Second Amendment than me. I've been carrying a gun for a living for 29 years. And if anybody's going to, carry to protect themselves, they owe it to themselves, their family members, and the general public, to be responsible and get the training they need to be carrying these things safely,
Mm-hmm.
Sad story, man. I mean, well, what can you say? Sad as hell. Should have never happened. Whether anybody will be indicted or not, I don't know. In Ohio, we have a section in the ORC for negligent homicide.
Yes.
If a hunter's out in the woods and he's shooting at a deer, misses the deer and hits somebody else sitting in a tree stand or something, you can be charged for negligent homicide. Yeah, I mean, you killed a man.
Mm-hmm.
When a bullet leaves the barrel, you can't bring it back.
Yep.
And you're responsible for it, no matter where it goes. So, that situation down in Louisville, remember where they did the no-knock warrant, supposedly no-knock warrant on that house, and the bad guy fired at the police when they came in the house, and they returned fire. And as a result, that young lady was shot and killed by the police. Remember all that?
Absolutely.
There was one officer that was brought up on charges. His round went through Breonna Taylor's house into a neighbor's house. Didn't strike anybody in the neighbor's house, but it caused damage. He was charged for that. And I'm not sure if he was convicted or not, but they charged him.
Wow.
Hey, but listen, man, thanks to all your listeners that gave me a shout out for the birthday. Appreciate it. We ain't getting no younger, Steve.
Yeah. Are you feeling another year older, or do you feel another year wiser?
I don't know, man. I guess nothing's really changed. You just wake up and keep on going down the road, carrying on business. You know?
Yeah.
Don't really feel any older, I guess. But hey, man, what's up with Mr. Obama back in the news again, trying to campaign up there in Virginia?
I saw. That's McAuliffe, right?
Yeah, he's trying to get money. This is going to be close, Steve. I'll tell you what. If we or the Republicans win that governor's race, do you realize what a statement that is making? I mean, that's solid blue up there, Steve, in that corner of the state.
Virginia is the one that, a couple of years ago actually went total blue with the House, the Senate, and the governor, right? And wasn't that, when the governor there started, implementing these crazy-ass things and, started advocating for abortion up to the day of birth? Some of that crazy stuff?
Yeah, and it was an attacking the Second Amendment. Remember when they had the march on the Capitol up there, right? When you had, I'm not sure how many people showed up, but I'm pretty sure it was in the thousands that showed up armed, right? Carrying their firearms in support of the Second Amendment. And everybody thought, all hell was going to break loose, and not a damn thing happened. And they cleaned their trash up before they left. But it's solid blue, Steve. And I'm telling you, if we could pull this out, you talk about a major upset, for them to lose that governor.
And they're what they're kind of alluding that this could be like a foretelling of the 2022 midterms, a bellwether.
Yes, sir.
Is the sentiment of the people really?
Yes, sir.
Get away from the Democrats.
Yep. And I heard a little bit of a Obama speech there, and he lost his mojo, Steve. He's done, man. I don't think anybody's paying him attention anymore. Honestly, I could be wrong, but we'll see.
Yeah.
So keep an eye on that. That's only
we're 6 days away, and that'll be one thing on a national level to pay attention to on election day. There ain't a whole lot on this election, right? I mean, it's mostly like school boards and county representatives and all that stuff.
Right. Yeah, Virginia's the big one. That's what everybody's going to have their eyes on.
Yeah.
So, all right, my man. Have a good night.
Again, happy birthday. Belated now, but I got to you. Yep. Good to have you with us. All right, we'll get a quick timeout in here. It is 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced System Shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch 4-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual-air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Thank you much. Here, 21 past the hour. They're far back with us. Checking in from Mutz in Trenton, Ohio. I think he's the new listener. Just found us. Hello to Justin. Hey, Steve. Day and a half from a Smoky Mountain vacation. Cannot wait. All right. A little bit ago, let's see, Bobby, this was about 45 minutes ago. Sorry, I missed that at the time. Bobby said southbound 7571 is shut down at the 178. Guess that's down in northern Kentucky, right? All right. Hello to Chuck. Morning, Steve, from the Love's Truck Stop in Clive, Iowa. Beautiful night out here tonight. Justin also said, talking about the eggs, said, well, I guess if you get eggs from the store, that's all you know. Puzzled my mind. I just go out back and get mine. Yeah, offer an old hen some encouragement from time to time. You ain't worried about an egg shortage, right? All right, good to have you with us here at 844-844-3388. Is that the CNI dog?
Good morning, Steve.
Morning.
Yesterday you were talking about a survey about the technologies on trucks, like the cameras, the forward-facing radar. Where do you take that survey at?
It was the story was from OOIDA. So if you go to Landline Magazine or OOIDA.com, they had a link that took you there. I believe it's actually going through the American Transportation Research Institute.
Okay. I definitely want to check it out because remember my call August 9th? First one out of the box, we were talking about road rage, and we were talking about the technology. During the day, when I used to drive, you'd have to change lanes way ahead of time, and you were stuck out in the left lane for a duration of time, and you'd get really close to a truck, and then he would speed up and pin you out in the left lane. Not so much at night. It's actually kind of nice at night. Actually, I would have to say interactions with trucks, it's like 90% less. Mm-hmm. So, yeah. I like the technology to a point. There's certain things that I think need to be done. Like if you get up to a certain speed, like highway speed, you should be able to get a little bit closer to the vehicle that you're passing so you wouldn't create a gap that people could pass in front of you, trucks and cars alike. The second thing is the 21 Freightliner, the sensor to the right to let you know there's a vehicle on your right. They've made that thing a lot more sensitive. It reaches towards the front of the vehicle and almost all the way to the back of the vehicle. It's a pretty good sensor, but it also picks up the concrete wall a whole lane over on the right, and the beep of that thing is extremely, way too loud. So, other than that, I do like the technology they have, and I'm enjoying the show.
Well, I was, as you were speaking, I did just pull up the survey. I went back to the landline site, and I shared a link to that on my Facebook. So if you go to my Facebook page, it'll be right up there at the top. It's Survey Monkey is, I guess, what the link will take you to, and it is assessing truck driver perspectives on advanced driver assistance systems.
So I can look it up by looking up the Survey Monkey because I don't have Facebook.
Yeah, well, yeah. Okay, well, if you just want to, like I said, go to Landline Magazine. Landline.com and you can find the link there, or again through OOIDA, or just do the Survey Monkey thing. I guess you could search for surveys there.
Okay, thank you very much.
All right, good to have you with us there. Singing Eye Dog. Have a great night. Be safe out there. All right, what are we looking at? It is 844-844-3388. Yeah, coming up here momentarily, we'll get our bottom of the hour news break. Plenty of room for you here on a Wednesday morning. Yeah, we like to call it Hump Day, right? Who we got on the line? Would that be Double R checking in? What's going on, brother?
Hey, how you doing this evening? Or this morning for you, I should say.
Hanging with them. Hanging with them.
That's good. I'm glad Pappy had a nice birthday, and Yeah, we're on our way up here to Michigan, Steve. I just crossed into Terre Haute, Indiana. I'm headed up to Michigan. I've got a load of GT Mustangs on, and I'm going to take them up here and drop them off, and then we're headed out west. I've never heard anything about Kyle as far as us transporting the Hot Shot Secret vehicle out to SEMA. We got a lot of people headed for SEMA now, and I haven't heard anything. We delivered a car the other day, Steve, to a gentleman over here and that lives in Illinois. He owns a farm, and he said, we don't have a truck shortage. We have a personnel shortage. And he goes, I've got all kinds. He owns a big pumpkin factory, and he takes his pumpkins and they make pumpkin pie fillings and stuff, with it. And he said that he doesn't have a truck shortage. He's got the trucks to haul the product to the I can't even talk this morning, shit. Oh, I'm sorry. He said what he's going to end up having to do is if he can get these pumpkins over to get them over where they can get them canned and make this pumpkin pie filling, he's going to have to take his tractor and plow all that stuff under.
Wow.
And yeah. And I said, man, are you serious? And yeah, that's a shame. I mean, it really is. I mean, people want money, but they don't want to work. I mean, you got to do both in order to make it, So, what Pappy was talking about earlier about the safety on these weapons, he's absolutely right. You got to have full responsibility before that projectile leaves that barrel. And he is absolutely right, 150%. I cannot agree with that man anymore. He's. And one more thing, real quick, Steve, and then I'll let somebody else get in here. But that's pretty neat that the Democratic Party is out in Virginia is using all these idiots that people are totally against right now. I mean, they brought Obama in. People's got a thorn in their side for that moron. And then Biden, people are already PO'd at the Democratic Party anyhow for lying, and look at the economy now, and I just say to myself, hey, bring them all in, let them ruin it, So, I mean, that's my opinion, but other than that, we're out here listening to you. Like I said, we're on our way to Michigan. I got to turn and burn, and we got to be loaded in the morning and be out in California Friday. So
wow,
they're not giving us time for nothing. So we're busy. It's great.
You got them wheels a turning.
Yeah. What you were talking about earlier, we stopped and that it was this morning. Yeah, we stopped on 69 coming up out of Oklahoma, and we stopped at a real nice restaurant, a little mom and pop place. Nita tried to order chicken tenders. Nope.
Oh boy.
She had to go with. Yeah, you don't think that went? That was a bad deal. So. Yeah. You know what I'm talking about.
Yes, I do.
But anyhow, well, Steve, I'm out here listening to you, bud. That's all my crap. I just wanted to call in and say hello and let you know I'm out here with you, buddy, listening. And
Double R is married to the only woman in the world who could actually sit down for dinner with a buffet that includes filet mignon and ribeye steak.
All the good stuff.
Order chicken tenders.
She did that. You remember when that happened on the boat?
I do.
We went up. we had a nice dinner, and we had our own little private chef that we had to. I think
it was up there. I think we were with you. I mean, the one time we were with you, I believe, and that's when you pay the extra $30 a head or whatever to go up and get a really good filet mignon, or And she ordered chicken tenders, and the chef was like, he was pissed. He's like, what's wrong with the food? What's wrong with my? What do you mean you want chicken tenders?
Yeah, he walked out to the table. You remember?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Oh, Nate and I bought you a few things over in Vegas. Go with your collection, so hopefully we can get by there and drop them off to you. So
anytime.
Yeah. So I just want to let you know we got you some things, and I'd like to know if Kyle ended up getting was able to get his vehicle transported out to SEMA. I know he's got a deal this coming weekend, but I was just kind of wondering if he got somebody run that out there for him or something.
Well, that's what he was supposed to talk to your boss about, wasn't it?
Yeah, but they kept, for some ungodly reason, they would try to get a hold of Kyle, and Kyle was busy and couldn't get a hold of him, and then Kyle called them back, and they were just playing phone tag.
Okay.
And but I told
I'm looking at a post here that Kyle posted about 1 hour ago, and it's a photograph. Said the S10 is ready for Vegas. See it next week at the Hot Shot Secrets SEMA booth, booth number 2221. And it looks like Lynn Miller said, got her dancing shoes on and a new pipe for the haters, ready to head to Vegas in the morning. So I'm guessing they got something worked out.
Good. I hope so. So, I hope so. I really do. So.
Yep.
All righty.
Sounds like
I'm out here listening to you, brother. And how's Mama doing? She doing okay?
Everybody doing all right. Yep. No complaints.
Good. I'm glad to hear it. So, all right. Well, Steve, we're out here listening, bud, and if I think of anything else.
All right. Well, thanks for checking in. Have a good morning. We got to get to our news break. Tad bit late, but here we go. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Chris Barnes.
The suspect in an Idaho shopping mall shooting on Monday afternoon passed away on Tuesday morning at a hospital, according to the Boise Police Department. In a statement, they say the Ada County Coroner's Office has identified the suspect as 27-year-old Jacob Bergquist. He was wounded during an exchange of gunfire with a police officer at that mall on Monday afternoon, but it's unclear whether the wounds he died of were self-inflicted or if he suffered wounds in that exchange with cops. 3 other people injured in the shooting expected to survive, but again, 2 people were killed. There's no indication of what the gunman's motive was. Pfizer's COVID-19 vaccine for children getting a stamp of approval from an FDA panel. It says it's okay in a lower dose for kids ages 5 through 11. And this is USA Radio News.
Life can be full of risks. One thing you shouldn't take a risk with ever is your family's health insurance. If you're self-employed or you now need affordable health insurance, you need to make this free call right now and see how the Health Insurance Helpline can help you get it. We specialize in helping the self-employed and people just like you that need affordable health insurance to get it. We have short and long-term health insurance plans, and some even cover dental, vision, and prescription drugs. Don't take a risk with your family's health insurance. It's not worth it. If you're self-employed or now need affordable health insurance, call right now and learn for free how to get it. Listen, affordable health insurance plans for everyone just like you are a free phone call away. So give us a shout right now.
800-470-8021. 800-470-8021. 800-470-8021. That's 800-470-8021.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels are cleaner, but they leave injector deposits, causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme is a 6-in-1 fuel additive recommended for all diesel engines. It is formulated with the most concentrated detergent on the market, a top-tier level cetane booster, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, starting at the fuel tank and traveling throughout the fuel lines and fuel pump, and finally completely cleaning your injectors. Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme improves your diesel's fuel economy and eliminates excessive black smoke.
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hotshot Secret, powered by science.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hotshot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Thank you so much, and welcome back. Yeah, we've heard in the news breaks there, they're saying criminal charges could indeed be brought. The Alex Baldwin case there, Santa Fe's district attorney tells the New York Times this past day that investigators, quote, have not ruled anything out. Regarding what led to the shooting, and everything at this point, including criminal charges, is on the table. Now, the director, who was also injured, were according to the search warrant affidavit, the assistant director, David Halls, handed that gun to Alec Baldwin for the scene, thinking it was safe to handle, not loaded. As we all know, Baldwin fired the gun, hitting the director, and actually killing the film girl, the girl that was recording, the only camera that was on at the time. According to People.com, told the Times that detectives found a lot of ammunition on the movie set and that the weapon was a legit gun, despite being described as a prop gun. They added that authorities will attempt to figure out what happened using witness statements, forensic evidence, ballistics. They would then decide if charges are warranted once that process is complete, which they say could take several weeks or even possibly several months. Yeah, but they keep using that, the term prop gun. It was a legit gun. That's not a prop. It's a gun. Hey, good morning, Eagle. What's happening? Hello, Eagle. Yeah, he's actually snoring, ain't he? He done it again. What do you say, Chevy guy?
Good. Sleep well there, Eagle. Wake up and tell us what's on your mind. The caller that called in earlier said that you started listening to your dad, and you with the AM radio back in the day. And the only reason why I put a radio in the truck was to listen to your dad. And my wife handed me a transistor radio, a little tiny one. I was taking a load of drum oil out to Cincinnati, back in down there out of West Virginia, and back in down in the better part of town, I guess, and was in there about 4 in the morning. Well, I pull out this pocket transistor radio, go to listen for different shows. Sure enough, there was your dad talking trucking. And so that's where it got me into it. The R model Mac I was in, the owner of the company asked, "What about a radio?" He said, "I ain't putting one in." So I went down to the junkyard, got the 800 Ford radio out of a 72 Pinto. And the guy pulled that and the antenna, gave me the whole thing for $5. Speaker too, just yanked out the speaker, put it on there. I took some black tape, made it in a mound, put it on a bungee cord, set it in the middle of the dash, vice grips, screwed that antenna onto the vice grips, onto the mirror, and I was good to go. Started listening to your daddy and to your trucking programs. I'd be on the western side of the Allegheny Front. I'd be listening to y'all's program. On the eastern side, I'd be listening to Big John Treble. But, it's hard to believe it was that long ago. And things were so cheap back then, And back then we were thinking everything was so expensive. But hey, I'm not too smart sometimes. I'm coming out of Walmart, and there he's hanging there. And I've always wanted one. I mean, a full-size skeleton. I mean, here he is. I mean, full-size skeleton for $26. And I said, I'm getting that. He's the only one there. So I grabbed him. He's plastic, pretty heavy.
Yeah.
Well, I get him home. So I unhooked him and got him all stranded up. And my wife wasn't in the living room at the time. She was in her bedroom. And I set him in her chair, in her recliner. And then I went on into the kitchen. And she was coming out of her bedroom, a 71-year-old woman, with a cane. She's bent over, and she comes around that corner, and I'm just behind her, and she sees that skeleton, and I swear to woman, she went from 5'4" to 6'2". She stood straight up in the air and hollered and screamed, and I said, oh my God, I'm killing my wife because she's grabbed her chair. I'm lucky she didn't beat me with her cane, But when she realized what it was, she laughed. Now my daughter-in-law and her are one of these, horror film fans. I mean, they just love this stuff, eat this stuff up. So it was right up her alley. But there for a second or two, I was thinking, oh my God, I killed the woman. But it's that time of the season. She goes, well, what? So I take it out of the chair, sit it on the couch. It's getting about time for me to turn in 3 o'clock in the afternoon. And I said, well, she goes, what are you going to do with him? I said, I'll leave him on the couch. She said, oh, no, you ain't. And so I currently have a full-size skeleton strapped in the back seat of my Ford Fiesta. She kicked him out of the house, man.
Well, put him in the jump seat of your big truck, right? He can be rolling down the interstate with a co-driver.
Well, that'd be about anybody ever rode with me. That's pretty much what they look like. So, yeah, there you go. All right, we're gonna sit back and copy the mail. Cat Mom texted me, and she was worried about all the stress and everything going on. I told her, don't worry about it. They're all good guys. They, bump heads, whatever, but everybody on this program is good guys. And no, we're not going to let the devil tear us apart. And that's the main thing. I mean, everybody has value that calls in. And the one that doesn't call in is the one causing the most trouble. So, hey, it didn't win. It broke up the after hours, but now there's 5 here, 3 here, 4 there, and it just everybody got their numbers passed back and forth. It just grew, and it's just growing. The whole deal here is to grow the program and to help Hot Shot Secrets sell oil, because this is what it's all about. Get the word and the message out, and your job is to keep us truckers awake and let the time pass a little bit quicker.
Yeah.
So appreciate you, and we're gonna sit back and copy the mail. And Cat Mom, she said she doesn't have the nerve to call in, and mostly she listens to the podcast, I guess, when she's at work. So just the fact that I assume you're logging in even at the podcast during the daytime goes for good credit on the program.
Absolutely. Yes, absolutely. Yes.
And that's what we're here for.
That's
is
correct.
To sell this product, Hot Shot Secret. And few and far between is a product that does what it says it does. And and the people that says it does, I trust immensely. I went out and bought a bottle of it myself. So. All right, we're going to sit back, copy the mail, and enjoy the rest of the show.
All right, next time buy a case, not just a bottle, right? Thank you, Chevy Guy. Under the heading, a little bit of buyer's remorse. How quickly times change. According to the report from PJ Media, a little over a year ago, Austin, Texas, they were at the forefront. This liberal American cities that wanted to defund the police. As the story went, in places like the Texas Capitol, the criminals weren't the problem, the police were the problem. Well, after more than a year of watching the violent crime rates go up, the voters of Austin will soon have a chance to refund the very police that they took money away from last year. From the City Journal, it was a decision made in the dead of night, June the 20th of 2019. Austin City Council legalized homeless camps and panhandling. A year later, August of 2020, the council voted to defund the city's police budget by more than a third. These decisions sparked immediate consequences for public order, and eventually a fierce backlash from a not-so-silent majority that rejected the council's progressive agenda on homelessness. Although the effects of these policies linger in parts of the city, well, here in a few days, Austin voters will have another chance to vote in favor of restoring order. Pending the outcome of Proposition A, Austin could become one of the first major American cities to have the citizens vote to refund and re-staff the police. Yeah, the cities that threw law enforcement under the bus may not find it so easy to bring the cops back. Seattle, for instance, is finding that out right now. Police officers who felt abandoned by those in charge, they're not eager to rush back in and find themselves in a similar situation again. Despite having their failure laid right out in front of them, Austin's mayor and Austin City Council still seem to be almost completely out of touch with the residents of the city. Quite the disconnect. All right. Election day is just around the corner. That'll be another one that's quite interesting to follow. With that, we get a quick 2-minute timeout, and we return to your calls. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 today. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, about 5 before the hour, and the line's available at 844-844-3388. Hey, let's check in with Brain Dead. What's happening out there this morning?
Just out here playing truck driver in this little bitty town, trying to play Find a Cop tonight.
Oh.
Yeah, they've been working on the 40 between what is that? Where the Remington Arms plant is, all the way past the 440, and it kind of gets backed up. So I'm like, hey, you know what? I'll just take the back road over to the 440 and take my gamble and see if I can't play Find a Bear tonight.
Mm.
Yeah. So how was your weekend, buddy?
Had a good weekend, and it's midweek already. I'm looking forward to the next weekend. What do you mean?
Well, I hate to tell you, but it's mine and Dingbat's Tuesday, so we're praying for Friday. So, but now you were talking about I had a brain fart there for a minute. Now, I called you. You remember the mass shooting they had in Collierville here about a month ago?
Mm-hmm.
I was talking to a friend of mine. She works out there in Collierville, and she works with a few of the people that were at that Kroger store and were working. And what had happened was, I know they said that the guy was fired and went and got his gun. But do you remember the lady that was shot and killed in that?
Not really.
There was a lady that was shot and killed in that, and what she was trying to do was break up the fight between the store manager and the gunman.
Okay.
The store manager was the one that was hit in the face. and that store is going to be closed for a while because they're doing some remodeling.
Okay.
They're totally They're totally revamping that whole store. So, but yeah, that's it was just crazy how it all happened. I mean, it's like he vowed to come back and get revenge. He went home and got his gun. He was telling people. My question is, if you see something, why not say something?
Right.
At least have courtesy, because this could have been really prevented by a few people who said, hey, what's his name's coming back with a gun to shoot the place up. So, but other than that, buddy, has Dingbat called in lately and told you what had happened over the weekend?
She has called in. I think we talked to her last night. To refresh my memory, over the weekend.
Oh yeah. See, when I get on the dock, I can't really be on the phone or really be blaring away music on the earbuds. That's prohibited on the dock. But anyway, remember me telling you a while back we had her cousin Melvin living with us.
Mm-hmm.
What happened with him?
Okay.
One of her family members. Well, Sunday night is always family night around the house, so we all try to get together, have dinner, watch a movie. So we started looking through that Amazon Prime Video, where you can go look for all these all these movies and whatnot.
Right.
And I stopped on. I stopped on and said, "Hey, why don't we watch Apollo 13?" He goes, "Why? I haven't seen the first 12 yet." Out of me.
There you go. Have a good morning there, Brain Dead. Thanks for checking in. Yeah, I guess up around the Dayton area, it's pretty common, you hear Air Force jets flying during the day, but not a lot once the sun goes down. That is not the case this week. Fighter jets from the 180th Fighter Wing doing some night training. The Ohio Air National Guard's conducting nighttime training flights, which will continue apparently, I guess, till Thursday, weather permitting. You may see or hear F-16 fighter jets taking off and landing until about 9:30 in the evening. And I guess that's been the last several nights as well. According to the Wing and the Wright-Patterson Air Force Base advisory. Training flights, yes, normally take place during the daylight hours, but F-16 pilots and maintenance personnel are required to conduct night operations as part of the overall readiness training. So, yeah, obviously you got to be able to fly when the sun goes down, right? So you may be hearing some of that next couple of nights. We'll get our news update here. Plenty of room for you. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Chris Barnes.
The Santa Fe, New Mexico DA not ruling out criminal charges possibly being brought in the shooting death of a cinematographer on the set of the movie Rust. Alec Baldwin having pulled the trigger on that gun that an assistant director had claimed was a cold gun, meaning it wasn't live, didn't have any bullets in it, but in fact it did. The New York Times is now reporting the DA says everything, including criminal charges, remain on the table. U.S. Senate Republican leader Mitch McConnell is hitting Democrats over their social spending bill, or the social infrastructure package.
The country's awash in inflation. The country's flooded with money. The last thing we need to do is to pile on with another massive, reckless tax and spending spree.
At the close on Wall Street Tuesday, the S&P 500 and the Dow had both hit new record highs. And this is USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne Alaroot, and I'm in the best shape of my life. I love working out hard every day, but I turned 60 this year, and working out can cause some serious aches and pains. I was commiserating with my buddy Jay Schrader, the Super Bowl champion and former Raiders quarterback, about the challenges of staying in great shape for anyone over age 50. Jay said I had to try sonsoflibertycbd.com, and it would heal my body, mind, and soul. He was right. No more aches and pains. I feel like $1 million. Finding quality CBD, not easy, but Sons of Liberty CBD, highest quality CBD I've ever seen. CBD is not pot. It won't get you high. It's 100% legal. It's 100% American made. CBD is mainstream and it works. For my listeners, sonsoflibertycbd.com is offering a discount of 15% off every product if you use the code WAR15 at checkout. Even better, you can combine this discount with your subscription discount for 25% off. Please support veteran-owned, service-disabled, small business, Sons of Liberty, CBD.com. Just say WAR15 to get 25% off.
An expert panel at the FDA says Pfizer's COVID vaccine for kids 5 through 11 should be given the green light. That panel's endorsement covering the lower dose for those younger children. Pfizer's vaccine is already available for those 12 and older. Moving it down for the younger kids, that decision has to be looked at next by the full FDA and then has to be approved by the CDC as well. If an agreement on it is reached, it looks like that social infrastructure bill is going to have a lower price tag than originally quoted, as we hear from USA Radio's Tim Berg.
Wyoming Senator John Barrasso says no matter what the price is, Americans will still have to pay for it.
Everybody's going to end up having to pay for this if they get to finally figure out what's going to be in it.
The Biden administration says it has framework to pay for the bill, and they would never increase taxes on anyone making less than $400,000 a year.
This is USA Radio News.
Lights out, everybody.
Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet.
Pleasant dreams.
The greatest radio shows of all time, USA Classic Radio Theater, on these radio stations or on demand by searching USA Classic Radio Theater. USA Classic Radio Theater.
President Biden was in Arlington, Virginia on Tuesday campaigning for Terry McAuliffe. The former governor of Virginia and past DNC chairman is running for governor of Virginia again. As we hear from USA Radio's Lance Pry, that race with just a couple of weeks until Election Day is in a dead heat.
On November 2nd, Virginia voters will elect a new governor. Democrat Terry McAuliffe is in a poll tie with Republican Glenn Youngkin. Mr. McAuliffe is pulling in most Democrat players to speak on his behalf. President Obama.
We don't have time to be wasting on these phony, trumped-up culture wars, this fake outrage that the right-wing media peddles to juice their ratings.
Conservative media host Bill O'Reilly told Newsmax Monday that former Virginia Governor Terry McAuliffe will lose the gubernatorial race to his Republican challenger, Glenn Youngkin.
So Barack Obama goes to Virginia because Terry McAuliffe's going to lose. And they're doing the best they can, the Democratic establishment, to reverse that. So what is he going to say? Terry McAuliffe's got a good point of view when he says that parents should stay out of their children's education.
I'm Lance Pry.
And the new sci-fi movie Dune won at the box office over the weekend in its first weekend of release, and now a sequel has already been given the go-ahead. The news from Legendary Entertainment and Warner Brothers coming after the film earned $41 million at the domestic box office over the weekend. Globally, it brought in $220 million. And for USA Radio News, I'm Chris Barnes.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
To turn the microphone on. Yep, mic on. Welcome back. And dug out some of the Halloween decorations. And looking at the calendar, I say, well, geez, it's the 27th of October. Little RIP there. You like that? Like the ambiance? Little orange up top. Yeah, we'll do that up to Halloween. Speaking of putting up the Halloween decorations, buying candy, carving pumpkins. The things you're supposed to be doing this time of year. But all that looks a little different under that big dump of early season snow out west from that parade of storms last week. The intense rain and flooding in the burn scar areas. Devastating in California. Then you've got the snow-covered landscapes of the higher elevation. Just as eye-popping. Of course, it did turn navigating the roadways into an absolute nightmare for a while over the weekend. AccuWeather's Bill Waddell was there, reporting that what experts told him that the Sierra Nevada needed a good snowpack this winter to help the West get out of this long-lasting drought. We'll talk about a good start to the season. While reporting from Truckee, California, that small town to the northwest part of the state, about 30 miles across the Nevada border from Reno. Across the California-Nevada line, the popular Mount Rose ski resort in Reno recorded 42 inches of snow. Multiple other ski areas received multiple feet of snow. Many others dealt with more than an inch of rain. Now, this sort of precip, it's not just atypical for October. It was, in many cases, record-breaking. Along with being a potential first step in the drought-busting process, this heavy snow will also prove very valuable to the ski resorts, obviously. Mammoth Mountain Ski Resort picked up 41 inches of snow this month, making for the second snowiest October in recent history, or that resort's history. Mammoth Mountain, by the way, they say is set to open for skiing and snowboarding Friday. So for those early season enthusiasts, your first chance to get out for just the 10th time in Mammoth's history. Winter sports enthusiasts want to partake in skiing and snowboarding during the month of October. They've got cameras positioned on the mountain capturing glimpses of that wintry wonderland that awaits visitors who will come in later this week. At Donner Summit, UC Berkeley's Central Sierra Snow Lab reported on the Tuesday that a new coating of 6.5 inches raised their total October measurement to 47.7 inches, just 2 inches shy of an all-time record. 33 inches of that came from that most recent blockbuster storm. Meanwhile, the snow depth readings at government SNOTEL stations in the Lake Tahoe area, all showing record snow depths. At least 10 of the 17 reporting stations showing records. Most of which have been in service for like 30 years. There's an independent at Independence Lake. The station there, they say, has never recorded a snow depth as high as 39 inches, which was reported Tuesday morning. Off the mountain, though, that snow was not a wonderland on the roads. Back in Truckee, Waddell reported the traffic was an absolute nightmare from the heavy snow. Cal Transit stopping big rigs, checking for snow chains, a more than needed component with that big snowstorm. All right, there was drone footage from the media's Brandon Clement, live store media, that was showing what looked like a never-ending line of semi-trucks stranded along the side of the highway in nearby Verdi, Nevada. So there you go, a little bit of a winter wonderland, but yeah, definitely an early start to the ski season. What do you say, Heat Wave? You going to stop by and take a few jaunts down the hill before you head back to the Hacienda?
Oh, sure. Yeah.
Oh. Or not?
Good morning, Senor. How y'all doing this morning?
Doing well.
Well, when Eagle wakes up and calls in again, please pass along my number to him if you would. I'd like to see what really is going on inside his head about certain things. You know, it seems like we agree on so many issues out here. And, you know, I told one group of people, I said, Eagle will tell you exactly what he thinks, and if you didn't understand it the first time, don't worry, he'll repeat it so you can understand it again. He's a good old boy. Yep. Well, let's see here. I know you were talking about turkeys and your wife ordering the turkey breast, and ain't no breast to be found out there. You know, I had looked for turkeys earlier this month at a Sam's Club, and they didn't have any, and they told me to look at the end of the month, 1st of November, and then you'll find some. I said, all right. So I imagine there'll be a mad rush, but in the meantime, I had stopped by the local Walmart there in Edgewood, and the biggest turkey I could find 2 weeks ago was about 16 pounds, so right in line with what you were talking about, what they were doing last year. And then last week, before I went back out on the road for this time out, they had one that was almost 26 pounds. And Mama said, get it. So I went ahead and got it. And it was $1.48 a pound. So, yeah, the prices are a little higher than they were last year, but I'm sure just as soon as the supply dwindles down that they're going to go up instead of going down like they normally would do.
I mean, you know, in typical years, you'd always have, when you get closer to Thanksgiving, like the Kroger would have a special. You know, if you spend $50, you can get your turkey for like 25 cents a pound kind of thing. I don't know that they're going to have any deals like that based on supply and demand.
Right. Well, you know, and two, they're saying, well, we have a lack of workers. Well, this again is another damn screw up by the Democrats, because they kept on paying you to stay home, to live in your parents' basement, to live off of $600 a week, tax free. I mean, who in their right mind would want to go to work if you were going to give them, you know, that much money and they didn't have that much expenses to worry about? So this is another thing you can tack on to them silly rascals, as my grandfather used to say when he was alive. He called all Democrats rascals, because I guess that was about as dirty as he could go and still stay clean with his statements. So, but yeah, that's unfortunate reality of what we're here. You know, when Barack Obama first ran for president back in the 2000s, I had said, you know, he wants you to become dependent upon government. And, you know, at the time, whoever, I guess it was McCain, was running against him, I said, now, the Republican idea is you are independent of the government, but if you need help, they're there to give you a handout, or a hand up, rather, not a handout, like the Democrats are. And I was lambasted from one media site to the other, saying, you have no idea what you're talking about, you know. Well, I was right then, and I'm right now as well, because whoever's pulling the strings, and Sex Maniac and I were talking here, about 2 hours ago, you know, it's not, Biden doesn't have a damn clue what's going on. That last marble in his head's making so much noise that he really can't concentrate. You know, it's the third term of Obama.
Yeah.
Which is very unfortunate. But I mean, everything that's going on right now is exactly what Obama wants. And he can throw up his fake outrage at a speech there to prop up Terry McAuliffe in Virginia. But most people that have an iota of common sense know
that he is the one blowing up smoke and mirrors, and he is the one that has caused a racial divide in this country along color and party lines. So if anyone wants to blame anybody, you're looking right at number 44. He's the one that started it, and he's the one that's continuing this. So other than that,
so you think Biden?
Yeah,
you think Biden showing up this past day did anything to benefit McAuliffe there, or more of a detriment?
No, I think it was a detriment. He's. I mean, that old fool. I mean, yeah, he may talk a pretty good talk whenever he's lucid, but most times he doesn't know what in the hell he's talking about. He's dribbling on himself, stuttering, and just lost. But you know, there are people out there that believe he is the second coming of Christ. You know, and it amazes me that even to this day, that the left will say, "Well, this is all the result of Trump's bad policies." You know, it seems like to me under Trump's, quote, bad, unquote, policies, we were doing pretty damn good. We didn't have this issue with, the fuel. We didn't have the issue with supply. You know, he went ahead and got what's going on up here? He had the vaccine made. And yeah, he paid for a lot of it, but I mean, it wasn't to be forced upon any of us. It was a choice. Like I was talking about last night, you know, it was a choice to either take it or not. It was going to be free because he had paid for it via the budget by giving these pharmacies the money to do this. But it wasn't supposed to be a mandate to force everybody on this stuff. Now, the Democrats would have a little bit more support had they not started saying, you must take this shot. Well, we already know that it doesn't prevent you from getting it. In fact, you can have a breakthrough case. And somebody was saying that folks like me who are vaccinated are actually breeding a different variant because of the nature of the vaccines. So I don't know, you know, that's kind of a bad thing. I'm sure it is, but I mean, you know, why force someone who's already had the virus and survived and telling them, well, they must get vaccinated? Well, they've already got a better, antibodies in their system than what I have as an artificial, vaccine could ever produce. So, yeah, I'm not real happy with that, but, you know, I got it on my own volition to make sure that my wife, what we were told by Fauci, you get the shot, you won't get the virus. Well,
wrong.
Exactly. Yep. But I mean, you know, you're either damned if you do or you're damned if you don't. So,
I mean, the news this past day now, though, of course, the advisors, the FDA advisors saying kids 5 to 11, they're saying go ahead, and they're overwhelmingly recommending that to the CDC. So the CDC goes through there. How long before the mandate comes down that parents will have to get their children vaccinated, those ages 5 to 11, before they can attend in-school classes?
Well, you know, that's going to be coming up soon.
Yep.
But I mean, if they're going to go with that line of reasoning, then any vaccine out there for the flu, shingles, any vaccine under their line of reasoning must be taken, because if you don't, then you are a hazard to the health of America. I mean, the vaccines that we give our children from infant to school, those vaccines are proven. They're proven to work. They're proven to help keep getting the whooping cough, pertussis, whatever that they're given. This vaccine is too new. There's not enough history behind it, even though there may be a lot of book work on it saying, well, it should, but in actuality, the actual practice in the workings of this vaccine have shown that the book work that they've done, there's a lot of unknowns that this vaccine is now shooting up, and they're scratching their heads going, well, how in the hell did this happen?
Yep.
Well, you don't force it on people. If they've already had it, the virus, fine, they're good. But don't force it on the people, because you're setting a very dangerous precedent. So, Senor, I guess that's about all I've got for now. You got the loneliest hour coming up, and there ain't no one there. I'll get on, I'll sing it. I'll sing a couple of tunes
Sing a
for
tune?
everybody, so they will have to get on.
You'll
So they will have to get on and keep me from being on there.
try to be our knuckle buster impersonator. Oh, boy. There we go. Looking at 23 past the hour, though. Yeah, I got a long ways to go. It's 844-844-3388. Quick 2-minute timeout. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Pure Flow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with Pure Flow Air Dog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced System Shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, what are we looking at here? You got the so-called expert advisory panel this past day overwhelmingly to recommend the Food and Drug Administration authorize the Pfizer Incorporated BioNTech vaccine for children ages 5 to 11, stating the benefits of the inoculation outweigh the risks. Pretty much what they've been telling all Americans from the very beginning. Now, an authorization for that age group would be a big regulatory step toward reaching about 28 million children, most of them back in school for in-person learning. They're saying the vaccine could be available to the younger age group as soon as next week. Now, the FDA is not obligated to follow the advice of the outside experts, but usually they do. If the FDA authorizes the shots for this age group, An advisory panel to the Centers for Disease Control will meet next week to make a recommendation of the administration of the vaccine. The CDC director will make the final call. The company says their vaccine shows 90% efficacy in a clinical trial of children ages 5 to 11. When children become seriously ill or dying from COVID, it's relatively rare, yes, compared with adults. Some develop complications and infections. In unvaccinated kids, those infections has risen due to the easily transmitted Delta variant. All right, according to a pediatric vaccine expert at the CDC, to me the question is pretty clear. We don't want children to be dying of COVID. Even if it's far fewer children than adults, we don't want them in the ICU. I don't know. What are the numbers? And have they had any deaths of under the age of 15, I think was the number. I don't know that they have. But for those millions of American adults that to this date are actually looking at losing their jobs, refusing the vaccine, what is the likelihood those parents are going to opt to allow their children to receive the same experimental vaccine? This is just going to go from bad to worse. It's going to get ugly. These millions of parents are going to tell the administration, don't even attempt to tell us. Yeah, the kids can't go to school if they don't take the shot. But I can, the writing is on the wall. You know it's coming down the pike. What's going on, Knucklebuster?
Good morning there, Mr. Steve Sommers. I hope this is the unofficial Knucklebuster impersonator. I hope to aspire one day to be considered the Rich Little of the overnight drive. I'm sorry, fans, that I did not get in my baloney yesterday morning. My Mama Knucklebuster impersonator called late in the show, so I caught up on it on the YouTube channel. I hope miss a minute of the overnight drive. I sent you a couple stories last night. I don't know whether you got to them to read them or not. Did you read about the man that Lithuania that sat in the ice for 3 hours and 1 minute to break the world record? You see that one?
He's in the Guinness Book of World Records. Yes, he is.
Yeah, sitting in ice for 3 hours and 1 minute. I wonder what his body looked like after that. I have a feeling it was maybe an interesting shade of blue or something. I mean, come on now. That's crazy. Oh, how about did you see the one about the Nebraska store that made the world's largest ice cream sandwich?
That looked pretty appetizing to me, but that was one big ice cream sandwich, wasn't it?
You got that right. 2,960 pounds. It's gold 500 pounds. Oh, that's a big pile of ice cream. Well, at least they gave them, cut it up and gave it to the feed banks to feed people. That was a good thing. Well, you'll buy your hot shot sickle. Well, like I've said before, boy, that stuff really works. It really works good in my pickup truck. Yep, go out there and get your Steve Sommers t-shirts and hats and your stickers and coffee mugs and such. Oh, I like it when Mama Knucklebuster impersonator wears hers and that Steve Sommers sticking out there all bodaciously. Well, that's all my baloney for now. I'll try to come up with some more later. Thank you. Thank you.
I think one round's enough from the Knucklebuster impersonator, don't you? Hey, it's news break time. Hey, we got plenty of room for you. Lines available at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Chris Barnes.
The Santa Fe, New Mexico DA not ruling out criminal charges possibly being brought in the shooting death of a cinematographer on the set of the movie Rust. Alec Baldwin having pulled the trigger on that gun that an assistant director had claimed was a cold gun, meaning it wasn't live, didn't have any bullets in it, but in fact it did. The New York Times is now reporting the DA says everything, including criminal charges, remain on the table. U.S. Senate Republican leader Mitch McConnell is hitting Democrats over their social spending bill, or the social infrastructure package.
The country's awash in inflation. The country's flooded with money. The last thing we need to do is to pile on with another massive, reckless tax and spending spree.
At the close on Wall Street Tuesday, the S&P 500 and the Dow had both hit new record highs. And this is USA Radio News.
Working from home? I'm Chad Dodd, veterinarian and consultant to Limp Bells. Here are some tips for keeping your dog fit while staying at home. Find 15 minutes twice a day and walk your pet at a decent pace around your place. Play hide and seek by hiding some kibble or favorite toys and letting your dog find them. If you have stairs and your dog is mobile, walk up and down twice a day for 5 to 10 minutes. Or better yet, try a power walk on your terrace or backyard for some fresh air. There are more helpful pet care tips at youmove.com, spelled YOUMove.com.
Now you can fly anywhere in the world and pay discount prices on your airline tickets. Book a flight today to London, Paris, Madrid, or anywhere else you want to go. And pay a lot less guaranteed. Call the International Travel Department right now at Low Cost Airlines.
800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. That's 800-215-5141.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels are cleaner, but they leave injector deposits, causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is a 6-in-1 fuel additive recommended for all diesel engines. It is formulated with the most concentrated detergent on the market, a top-tier level cetane booster, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, starting at the fuel tank and traveling throughout the fuel lines and fuel pump, and finally completely cleaning your injectors. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme improves your diesel's fuel economy and eliminates excessive black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
PureFlow AirDog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Yes, indeed. That's the number to call. And good to have you on board. Hello, Rick. There in Columbus. He's online. Go Braves. Yep. Braves win game 1 of the World Series. And they won that game in Houston, no less. Aha. Well, they're off to a good start. Yeah, Mike, what day is it there, Rick? And yes, turkey last year was running like 99 cents a pound. Running a whole lot more for this Thanksgiving. Did you catch what Senator Ron Johnson had to say this past day? He's talking about this country's education system. And we've been saying this. I should say conservatives have been saying this for many, many years, that the current education system in this country is indoctrinating young people to hate the United States. So I saw a poll a couple of months ago. It was a nationwide poll that basically asked, to what extent do you love this country? It was broken down by all kinds of different demographic groups. There was only one demographic group, just one, where a majority of the respondents did not, in some way, shape, or form, love this country. And you know what group that was? It was young people. Those young people were not born with a bias against this nation, this land, this marvel we call America, this land of unlimited opportunity. That dislike for America was indoctrinated in them by our school systems. Now, he said he is concerned about the collusion between the administration of Biden and the National Teachers Union and the National School Boards Association. Recall when the association sent Biden a letter September 29 expressing concern over the safety of school board members and teachers being harassed by these angry parents over the teaching or indoctrination of critical race theory? Yes, we do. The letter went on to compare what parents are doing at these meetings to a form of domestic terrorism and hate crimes, to which the Attorney General issued a memo calling on the FBI to meet with state and local law enforcement to address the threats outlined in the letter to Biden. Yep, it's being indoctrinated somewhere, and I don't think it's being indoctrinated at the homes across this country. Backlash from that letter, of course, and the subsequent memo comparing angry parents to domestic terrorists caused the National School Board Association to apologize to its members for even sending the letter that sparked the outrage. They sent out an unsigned memo to their members on the 22nd, saying that we regret and apologize for the letter, and we vow to make the process better in the future before such a strongly worded letter would be sent out. All right, Johnson said parents across the country need to wake up to what is happening in your particular school district. These are the types of people that Biden's appointing to government, and I'm hoping Americans are waking up to the urgency of the moment right now. I mean, we're at a hinge point in our history. The radical lefties, they're putting us on a path, or keeping us on a path, maybe to the point of no return. We do need to rise up. Parents need to attend respectfully, lawfully, not breaking laws. They have to attend these school board meetings and demand that the school boards listen to their viewpoint, teach their children not indoctrinate their children. There's a difference in the two, right? But, yeah, there's that one group. The youngsters couldn't find any form or fashion of why they love America. That's pretty sad. It's sickening. All right, lines available as we roll into a Wednesday. It's 844-844-3388. Steve, is that you?
No, it ain't Steve.
All right, well, I didn't see a name. It's either usually you or Gilligan or Steve. So what's going on, Big Sexy?
I didn't know if you recognize the voice or not. That's what I've been asking you what's going on. You want to, you can just keep me on the phone for the rest of the show, and we won't have to worry about Heat Wave and the Knucklebuster impersonator and all that calling back. We don't need Heat Wave singing, and we sure don't need a second deal of the Knucklebuster impersonator.
Double dose, yeah, right?
So, I'll just do that, Chris, and you just keep me on the air, and, we'll take care of that. We won't have to have no caller.
Yeah, there you go.
But, I heard you read off that deal that I posted on there. It was my aunt and my mom in my mom's vehicle.
Okay.
My sister's the one that called and told me about it. And they're fine. They're just shaking and bruised up a little bit. My aunt's shaking up more than my mom is. It was her vehicle. My aunt, she wrecked my mom's new vehicle. Of course, a woman cut them off or pulled out in front of her. I'm not sure exactly. My sister wasn't sure exactly what happened, but it wasn't her fault. But,
but it did
brand
not,
new
did not
vehicle
bode
my mom was
well.
so proud of,
Did not bode well for the Explorer, huh?
No, it didn't bode well for the. I think the Explorer's totaled.
Wow.
But that's just what I understand from my sister. I ain't seen it yet, but what she told me, it don't sound good. Our sheriff here on that stuff you was reading a while ago about the, wanting them to FBI, wanting them to, investigate people and all that. He said on stuff like that, he's got better things to do than deal with that kind of stuff.
What? I'm not sure. Who'd you talking about?
Our local sheriff.
Oh, your local sheriff. Right. Okay.
Yeah. Either he got better things to do and worry about, investigating parents and stuff like that, along with some other stuff, that the FBI want them to keep eye on. Either he got better things to do. He got real stuff that needs to be done here, like drugs and, break-ins and stealing all these catalytic converters. He got more stuff to worry about than investigating some parent that speaks up at a teacher's conference or school board or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
But now I heard you say earlier it was kind of like a Monday night, lines wide open. So I thought I'd give you a call, and then when I heard Heat Wave, I thought, I may call back here again a little bit to keep him from singing.
Mm-hmm.
We don't need that for sure. But everything going okay? If I missed anything this morning, it's been kind of lively this week.
Yeah, I guess. Well, I guess the lively was more or less on the after hours more than anything else. But I guess things will settle down, right?
Yeah, we just all need to get along and quit fighting and people, trying to saying things that a lot of them say things before they think. That's a big part of it. You need to stop and think a little bit more before you say something you're going to regret later on.
It's kind of like when the bullet comes out the barrel of the gun, and once it comes out, when you speak, what the words that come out of your mouth, once it's out, you can't take them back, right? They're out there.
Once that bullet's out there, you can't put it back.
Yep.
You may be able to put another one into place, but that one's already spent, and it's going to hit whatever it hits. So, you better be careful what you say. You may end up having to swallow them words later on. They don't taste as good the second time around. But I'm going to back out of here and copy the mail, and if it gets kind of dead, I'll call back to keep Heat Wave from singing, or Knucklebuster impersonator for calling back.
We'll keep plugging away. Thanks, Big Sexy. Have a great morning out there. All right, Owida points out, if you want to understand the disconnect between the big fleets, the mega fleets, and the men and women who actually sit in the driver's seat, look no further than the American Transportation Research Institute's list of top industry concerns. Every year, they ask the carriers and then they ask the drivers to identify the main challenges facing the trucking industry. For the fifth year in a row, the big carriers all claim it's the driver shortage. Number one issue. Even though the large fleets have a turnover rate hovering around 90%. If the carriers want to decrease that staggering turnover rate, the drivers list will give them plenty of ideas where they can start. According to the drivers, the top industry concerns are driver compensation, a lack of truck parking, and excessive detention time. I mean, right there, you see the disconnect. All right, driver's top concern, we mentioned compensation. That's your pay. Detention time, fuel prices, driver training, followed by hours of service, ELDs, driver distractions, speed limiters, and CSA, bottom of the list. That's driver concerns. Now, the big carriers, top concern, like I said, 5 years in a row, driver shortage, followed by driver retention. Number 3 on this year's list, it is lawsuit abuse reform, followed by CSA. Yes, driver compensation did make it into the top 5, but just barely. There it is at number 5. Insurance cost is number 6. Diesel technician shortage. Infrastructure, congestion, and highway funding, followed by driver distraction and detention time. As OOIDA has argued for decades, it's not a driver shortage. They still maintain for the big fleets, it's a turnover problem. Low wages, poor working conditions. Now, they say the evidence backs up that claim. Typically, about 400,000 or more commercial driver's licenses are issued each year. According to the recent comments from the White House press secretary, about 50,000 commercial driver's licenses and learner's permits are issued each month this year. Now, if that pace is maintained, that would total about 600,000 CDLs and learner's permits given out this year, which they say would make it hard to claim there's a shortage with those kind of numbers. But make no mistake, there is a turnover problem. In a matter of months, many of those new CDL holders will make the decision, trucking ain't for me. And several of those reasons you'll find right there on top of the driver's list. Modest wage for a very demanding job that forces drivers away from the family, the regulations, racing the clock to find a parking spot. It's all a tough sell. Numbers here. The average salary for a truck driver, $47,130. That's the number from the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics. That might seem like a decent wage at first glance. But then you got to look at the fact most drivers are typically working 60, 70 hours a week. Not compensated for all their time. An extensive amount of detention time. Now, instead of addressing the issues on the driver's list, the large fleets would rather find a new crop of teenagers who are unaware of all those issues, the inequities. Yeah, I think we had another story about the driver's compensation. those number of hours. And even the port workers were talking about that, the number of hours they sit in the queue, 3, 4, 5, 6 hours waiting to get that container on their truck that they're not getting paid for. 9 before the hour, and we return in a moment. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-557-4020.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Yeah, quite interesting. Talking about that memo from the National School Boards Association, the fallout. Trying to equate concerned parents attending school board meetings with domestic terrorist. Very interesting here. The latest Democrat spin to smear concerned parents battling local school boards is unraveling rather quickly. In my morning brief for Tuesday, I wrote that the Democrats and their flying monkeys in the mainstream media had shifted from calling parents domestic terrorists to assuring everyone that their worries about what their children are being taught is nothing more than phony political outrage. I've been saying for weeks, I don't think the Democrats really thought this one through. And a couple of things happened a few hours after that briefing that would indicate this is the case. Columbia, Missouri, the Missouri Schools Board Association withdrew from participating in the National School Boards Association Monday. The withdrawal, which will be effective immediately, comes after the MSBA, the Board of Directors, met last week. Officials say the National School Board Association demonstrated they do not currently align with the Missouri School Board Association's guiding principles of local governance after they requested the FBI investigate parents for threats against educators, school board members. They didn't even consult with the Missouri chapter before that memo. Oh, and then there's This news from Ohio. Ohio School Boards Association voting to terminate their membership with the National School Boards Association. Let's see, dateline October 25. Ohio School Board Association decision to terminate membership and affiliation with the National School Board is a direct result of the letter sent by you to President Joe Biden last month. So it appears the Democrats didn't flee quickly enough from their plan to sic the Justice Department on soccer moms and dads. That's very interesting. It goes on to say, Democrats are far too emboldened by their embarrassingly slim majority in Congress and the fact that they actually used a global pandemic to shoehorn Joe Biden into the Oval Office. They are drunk with power that doesn't exist. They're behaving as if they're the supreme Soviet circa 1955. Yeah, why reach when you can overreach? Appears to be their mantra right now. This may be pure speculation, but I can't really believe all the parents who are upset right now are all Republicans. Would that make any sense? The Democrats in D.C. don't seem to have much in common with Democrats that one meets in real life, real America. And I can't help believe all this progressive nonsense is wearing on them as well. So there you go. That is, I believe, Stephen Cruzier with PJ Media. But yeah, so you've got two separate state school boards separating themselves from the National School Board Association in a matter of days. Wonder if the National School Board Association is getting the memo. All right, rolling toward news update time, just around the corner. Would that be heat wave?
Yeah, it is. And don't worry, I won't sing. So, Big Sexy, don't call back in. We'll be all right. Two things I wanted to say. You know, it shouldn't just be the parents of the children or grandparents of the children going to school that need to go in and complain to these school board members, you know, of their overreach. I, as a taxpayer, where my money goes to my local school district or districts, however it works out in my neck of the woods, I too should have a right to go up there and say, you are doing it wrong. You know, because it's my money that's funding their school.
Well, you're paying the salary. You're right. You're paying the teacher's salary. Yeah. You're paying the school board member's salary. Absolutely.
And in Clark County, Nevada, which is, I guess, Las Vegas, a parent served the whole school board, each individual, with a $200 million lawsuit against them for being, you know, for the overreach, especially on this medical. He says, you are not doctors. You're not a medical field. You don't make these decisions. This is the parent's decision whether or not a child should have to wear the mask or, you know, get shot or just go, you know, all natural, so to speak. So, this is you know, even though you don't have children in school, directly have children, you are a taxpayer and you need to go up there and voice your opinion. So, and supposedly my air conditioner is in the coil system and it's going to be installed Friday between noon and 1:30 p.m. And they said they double checked the receiver in Albuquerque and they says, yes, it is actually there. So hopefully I'll have air conditioning set up for next spring.
Just in time for winter. That's great.
Yes. Well, I guess while they're there, they can check out to make sure all them the furnace works, and if that does, so much better for us.
There you go.
But anyways, those were the two things I wanted to touch on. Good night, senor.
Good luck on what's been a virtually 2-month nightmare with his Extended home warranty company, good golly. Now, a news update here, top of the hour. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Chris Barnes.
The suspect in an Idaho shopping mall shooting on Monday afternoon passed away on Tuesday morning at a hospital, according to the Boise Police Department. In a statement, they say the Ada County Coroner's Office has identified the suspect as 27-year-old Jacob Bergquist. He was wounded during an exchange of gunfire with a police officer at that mall on Monday afternoon, but it's unclear whether the wounds he died of were self-inflicted or if he suffered wounds in that exchange with cops. 3 other people injured in the shooting expected to survive, but again, 2 people were killed. There's no indication of what the gunman's motive was. Pfizer's COVID-19 vaccine for children getting a stamp of approval from an FDA panel. It says it's okay in a lower dose for kids ages 5 through 11. And this is USA Radio News.
Just in time for Christmas giving, the classic MyPillow bundle available right now through MyPillow.com. You've heard me talk for over 3 years now about how MyPillow has given me a better night's sleep. Well, now you can get a standard queen or king size MyPillow for as low as $19.98, and they'll be delivered in plenty of time for Christmas giving. This classic MyPillow bundle includes a press and pack bag so that you can put the MyPillow in the press and pack bag, pack it away for the holidays, and take it to wherever you go. You can also wrap it that way. Perfect for your Christmas giving. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener square, use my promo code USA, and click on the classic MyPillow bundle. Save yourself a bunch of money on a MyPillow right now by going to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener square, use my promo code USA.
A U.S. Senate subcommittee continuing its investigation into the effects many social media sites have on children. Here's the latest on a hearing held on Tuesday from USA Radio's Tim Berg.
Ranking member and Tennessee Republican Senator Marsha Blackburn raises concerns about the social media platform's data collecting efforts, specifically TikTok, whose parent company is partially owned by China's government.
I've made no secret about my concerns that TikTok, which is owned by Beijing-owned ByteDance, is paving the way for the Chinese government to gain unfettered access to our children and teens.
From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
Several former Trump administration staffers reportedly working with the U.S. House Select Committee that's looking into the Capitol riot. Reports are at least 5 former staffers have voluntarily spoken with the panel. And this is USA Radio News.
Now you can fly anywhere in the world and pay discount prices on your airline tickets. Book a flight today to London, Paris, Madrid, or anywhere else you want to go. And pay a lot less guaranteed. Call the International Travel Department right now at Low Cost Airlines.
800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. That's 800-215-5141.
Chicken giant Tyson Foods saying the company's vaccine mandate has resulted in 96% of their workforce rolling up their sleeves. All told, the company employs about 120,000 people, so only about 4,000 people are not protected from COVID-19. Tyson's U.S. workers have until November 1st to get vaccinated after the company announced the mandate in August. The company adding that it's seen a steep decline in active COVID-19 cases in their workforce because of those mandated immunizations. The Atlanta Braves have taken the first game of the World Series, beating the Houston Astros 6-2 on Tuesday night in Houston. The U.S. Senate giving the thumbs up to some new members of the Biden administration as members confirmed 4 of the president's ambassador nominees by voice vote on Tuesday. They include former Arizona Senator Jeff Flake to become ambassador to Turkey, former New Mexico Senator Thomas Udall. He'll become envoy to New Zealand and Samoa. The widow of former Arizona Senator John McCain, Cindy McCain, was confirmed to become ambassador to the UN's agencies for food and agriculture. And the widow of the late Senator Ted Kennedy, Victoria Reggie Kennedy, was given the green light to become ambassador to Austria. Tuesday saw Wall Street indexes closing higher at the bell. The S&P and the Dow both setting new records at the close. And for USA Radio News, I'm Chris Barnes.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Wow, I just shared the story about Ohio and Missouri. Apparently, it's much worse than the National School Board Association. Much worse. Apparently, I guess I missed that last week. Big Sexy sent me the link to the Washington Times that says nearly 20 state school board associations breaking ties with or distancing themselves from the National School Board Association. Wow. We did not ask for the letter. We did not vet the letter. We certainly do not approve of many aspects of the letter, was the quote from the Ohio School Board Association. We believe strongly in parental engagement, the value of our partnerships with local law enforcement. We reject the labeling of parents as domestic terrorists. That letter went on to say, a letter was recently sent to all of Ohio's school board superintendents and treasuries to clarify our perspective. We have made our dissatisfaction known to the National School Board Association's governing board and staff. Okay. Washington Times reached out to the National School Board Association for comment, but did not hear back. National Association, by the way, represented 47 state school board organizations at the time when they sent that letter to Biden. So I guess, well, it's almost half of that now. When you see that school board association that bucked the national group, Alabama, Arkansas, Delaware, Florida, Georgia, Idaho, Kentucky, Louisiana, Mississippi, Missouri, Montana, New Hampshire, North Carolina, Ohio, Texas, and Wyoming. The National School Board Association, located just minutes away from Capitol Hill, Alexandria, Virginia, also ran afoul of the association in Virginia. That's a state where they've seen the epicenter of parents facing off with local school boards. And that's actually been a big issue in that governor's race there. The race between Terry McAuliffe and Glenn Youngkin. In the latest defection, looks here like the Pennsylvania School Board Association announcing it is quitting the National School Board Association. No school board member or administrator should ever be the subject of threats or violence. However, attempting to solve the problems with a call for federal intervention is not the place to begin, nor the model for promoting greater civility and respect for this process. That's the quote from the Pennsylvania School Board Association. Well, okay then. Meanwhile, back to your calls here. Who we got? American cheese?
Yes. Hi, Steve.
Hey there.
Hi. Happy belated birthday to you and Pappy.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Yeah, the other day you had a caller call in about, he went into Kroger looking for eggs and the eggs were all sold out.
And the milk too, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, I used to shop at Kroger's about a year ago, and I stopped shopping there for the simple fact that the same thing happened to me. It kept happening, when this whole, when the pandemic thing started. And I've been shopping at Walmart lately, and at Walmart you can get 60 eggs for $6.18.
That's a lot of eggs. That's a lot of eggs there. Okay.
Oh yeah, that's a lot of eggs, and because I'm on their website right now, and you can get, and these are the Great Value brand, the Walmart brand.
Sure.
And you can get 36 eggs for $3.74. And I'm in Illinois. Yeah. And so I was, because the same thing happened to me when I went there. When I used to shop Kroger, it's like all the shelves were picked clean.
Yeah.
And I was so upset. And I just had to get out of there. And I went over to Walmart, and my sister told me about, that I can get 60 eggs. Yeah, the large white eggs for $6.18. But they used to be $5.18, but they went up $1, just recently.
Well, like everything, yeah, eggs. Eggs is one of those that's almost right up there with the meat products, pork, chicken, beef. According to the nut, up more than 10% over the past year. Well, hey, American cheese, that's good to hear. Yeah, early on in the pandemic, of course, I don't know, could anybody? Yeah, everyone was having trouble getting the stock in on a lot of different products. Yeah, not just Kroger, but honestly, again, I haven't actually been in the doors of Kroger in quite some time. Haven't been into a Walmart. Boy, I don't even know when the last time I was actually in a Walmart. Now, for what it's worth, who's next up here? Eskimo Mom is on board. What's happening?
Hi, Steve. As for the stores, it's kind of one of the hit and miss basis. Some stores will have something one week, and the next week they won't have it. So if you need to get it when you see it. Not in my local Kroger store. It's a kind of hit and miss. They haven't stocked at the 1% milk, but for the half gallons. But I'm not going to complain. I can grin and bear it. But I'm always willing to substitute. But what I wanted to call you about is the school boards. I emailed you that article from Channel 10 News about the Ohio State School Board Association dropping out of the National School Board Association, and if people don't like people on the school board right now, they have an opportunity come this Tuesday to either keep them on the school board or vote them out and get some fresh blood in, because we have an election on Tuesday, and there's a lot of school districts there that have that issue on their ballots. So and other than that, the school boards in a lot of these rural areas, you can still, and a lot of these folks, you can actually go up to them and say hi, or you'll see them at church, you'll see them at the grocery store. It's not like some of these other larger school boards where you're lucky to see that person.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, when young Rowan participated in that homecoming parade here several weeks ago, some of those that are running for the school board in the district that he attends there were actually out there, trying to meet and greet and promote themselves for the board. And first thing I asked, the first one I met, I said, what's your stance on critical race theory? And she said, absolutely not. There was a gentleman I met, I can't remember his name, that he was like, well, he doesn't really support it for the young children. he would support it being like an optional class once you get into the high school level. And I'm like, even there, I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's great that you had an opportunity to meet them, because there's a lot of folks out there. They just literally walk into an election blind. And my local paper, they've done like an interview with each of the school board candidates, and they do township council, city council, you name it. If there's any races going on, they've interviewed these folks, and you've got an opportunity to read what these folks have said or what these folks wrote, and so that way you have time to determine if that candidate is something you will support, or if it's somebody that you think is up the creek without a paddle.
Eskimo Mom, you make a very good point, because so many people focus on just the big, the presidential election or the midterms, and this is like one of those off-year elections when things like that, the school board and whatnot, and those, realistically, your school board members are the people that are making, determining the curriculum that are going to be teaching our children and our grandchildren, and that is crucial for this country.
Yes, it is, and I know I've already done my early voting for my local area. We've also got the township trustees, we've got the city council, and we also had a mental health levy on the ballot. It just depends on where you're at.
Yep.
But this coming Tuesday, I will have to be at my local one of the town precincts at 6:00 in the morning, and I will be there all day. Working the polls as a poll election official.
That's great. Well, Eskimo Mom, good to hear from you. Got a good night for moving freight out there in Indiana, do you?
Yes. So far so good. It's just normal little construction zones here and there, and it's 41 degrees where I'm at north of Indianapolis. But other than that, it's been doing pretty good so far.
All right. Well, be safe and have a good morning. Thanks for chiming in. There you go, Eskimo Mom. And it is 844-3388. Back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
much, and welcome back. Yeah, looking at somebody. I know they had a big weekend scheduled here at the Crossville Dragway, Crossville, Tennessee, and looks like, I guess, what the forecast for the days ahead, Friday, Saturday, I guess weather did not look accommodating, so they've canceled the Grand Hustle Racing, the $250,000 small tire invitational. We had been talking about that. That was an event where they had 200 and some vehicles already, pre-registered to participate there, because there's a $250,000 that was up for grabs at Crossville Dragway. So they rescheduled that for November the 12th and 13th. All right, so cancel this weekend, November 12th. That'll be a Friday and Saturday once again. So they bumped it up a couple of weeks. So scratch that off your calendar for this weekend. So what else on the list? The list here, of course, LSI, Lubricants and Specialties Incorporated, headed out to Las Vegas. Starting next Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday at the Apex show. First of all, the Apex, that's the Automotive Aftermarket Product Expo. Apex for short. That'll be taking place at the Sands Expo and Caesars Forum. They're in Las Vegas. So they, again, will be on site. Chris Gabrelchik and the staff with LSI and LSI Chemical. The trade show booth will be there. All right, the LSI team has greatly increased their booth size to promote all the great growth the company's had, including exhibiting space for the newest venture, which is LSI Chemical. So make sure to stop by the exhibitor booth, meet Chris and the rest of the LSI executive staff, talk about some of the great progress they've made and some of the future plans. And pretty much right there, same time, you've got Hot Shot Secret, which will be on location at the SEMA show. That's the Specialty Equipment Manufacturers Association at the Las Vegas Convention Center. All kind of stuff going on in Las Vegas next week, right? So over at the Convention Center, you'll find Kyle and some of the other staff on site there. SEMA, that's a big one, right? The largest automotive trade show on the planet. Visit the Hot Shot Secret booth in the Central Hall. You'll meet Kyle and the Hot Shot Secret staff. Check out the latest and greatest powered by science products coming up from Hot Shot Secret. Don't forget, they'll have the world's fastest diesel. Yes, the Hot Shot Secret Fire Punk Diesel S10 Pro Mod on display, actually in the exhibitor booth. LaVon Miller and Larson Miller will be there as well. The guys from Fire Punk Diesel, so you can stop by, get yourself an autograph, take some photographs, and should be a good time. All right, other events coming up in November we'll get to, but yeah, a lot of things on the list as we head into the fall here. Looking at 25 past the hour, and see who we got on the line here.
Good morning, Steve.
Oh, Johnny Green. Hey there.
I want to say good morning to all the cartoon characters, and I have I feel it is my responsibility and my job to expose that imposter phone call, that first phone call. That wasn't Thomas Turkey. That was Lieutenant Louis that called.
Oh.
He thinks he's got a regular caller fool, but we know who he is.
That was not Lugnut Louie. I know who it was. Somebody thought it was Monkey Gouger, and no, it wasn't Monkey Gouger either.
What? Really? I missed the mark?
You missed it.
Huh. Boy, okay.
Yeah. Would you like to make a third guess? Third time's a charm.
Gilligan.
Nope. No, Thomasina Turkey. Thomasina Turkey has probably been calling around Thanksgiving time. I bet for 8 or 10 years. We, every year without fail, It's actually none other than the individual that could be the world's smartest man, one Doc Holliday.
Oh, okay. I got you.
Yep.
Of course, I did not know that.
Yep.
See, what was my reason? The reason I called, I found this out yesterday, and I'm sure you know, someone told me, and it was in the news, that 750 people at GE walked off the job because of COVID-19, of the mandates. So did you report that? Is that true? I mean, it's all over the internet.
Right. I saw that. I mean, someone mentioned that the other night. I pulled up, there was one location where 200 and some had walked out. No, and that wasn't the GE here, Cincinnati, the Evendale location. So if it was all, I guess,
wasn't.
all the different locations combined, I guess, if I understand, it was like 700 and some altogether.
Huh. Well, that right there should tell the government that people are saying, nah, baby, nah, you know? And I support the people doing that. I really, truly do. Even though I've already had my shot. And after listening to you tonight, I began to wonder, do you live in a bubble? You don't go to Walmart. You don't go to Kroger's. You don't go to Myers. What the heck do you do? You know? You don't seem to go nowhere.
I don't know. Let me think here. I just spend all my time in the secret bunker. I hang out. I run up to the convenience store, get me my smokes and my beer, and then I go to Kroger to pick up our groceries. But, yeah.
Well, at least you're being honest about going down the store to get your smokes and your beer, because someone told on you yesterday morning and told me where you were going. So somebody told on you, but I'm not going to divulge my source, come on.
Yeah.
But the other thing that's kind of pissing me off is that school board story that you come up with. I don't know if I totally understand what's going on, but I will tell you this. I raised a handicapped child, and I tell you what, I had a lot of problems raising a handicapped child. And one of the things Jolly Green was totally involved, and I guarantee I learned right from the start that they work for me. It's not the other way around. So I didn't let them push me around. Also, will tell you that I have a serious problem with No Child Left Behind and inclusion into classrooms that these handicapped children have no business in. I told them to concentrate on simple reading, writing, and arithmetic, and that's all I cared about. I didn't care about with my son in algebra or in geometry classes or in, government classes that my son couldn't possibly understand. But I learned right from the start that those people work for me, not the other way around. So I even told a principal that right there, that I'm not going to stand there and put up with that. It's, if I didn't like something, I was there. I mean, I was totally involved. I went to every single meeting. And I guarantee you, if anything went wrong, I was up there at that school. And I guarantee I was in that principal's face, making sure that they did the right thing. So I was totally involved. And I encourage all parents out there, young drivers out there that are driving, to be involved in your children's education, just like I was. Your child doesn't have to be handicapped to be involved. You don't like something, go up there at school and you tell them you don't like it. Because that's exactly what Jolly Green did.
Yep.
So I stayed involved and I encouraged them, and I want to thank. But do I believe soccer moms are terrorists? Absolutely not. They're just trying to shut us up is what they're trying to do, Steve.
Yeah.
And I don't know what this is coming to, but I'm a little bit concerned that they're calling soccer moms terrorists, okay? Just because they're saying I don't want my children taught critical race theory or whatever.
Yep.
I get it. We have a right to do that, Steve, and you have a right as a grandparent to do that too.
Absolutely.
So I encourage you to be involved with your kid's life. That's really all Jolly Green's got to say tonight.
Okay.
And I appreciate you correcting me.
No, I'm gonna tell you I stand corrected because I just did a search here, and what I'm seeing is it looks like it was like 750 from the GE Cincinnati. So that would be Evendale. I'm looking here, it says only 20% of the GE contract employees in Cincinnati are reportedly vaccinated. The rest are protesting. More protests were scheduled for this week, was the story from last week. So it was 750 in Cincinnati, and there were other locations, I guess, where hundreds of others had walked out. So, yeah, that's big numbers.
Right, and we need to emphasize that particular plant in Cincinnati is making military jet engines for military planes.
Yep.
And a lot of people don't know that. So that is an important plant right there in Evendale. Either way, John, I will be listening, Steve.
Okay.
I appreciate
right.
you letting me voice by it.
You got it. Yeah, that's so. Yeah, that was last week. I know several people had mentioned when I did a quick search last week, I found, I think it was it Greenville, another facility where there were 200 and some that had walked off. So, yeah, 750s. And they've got the video. Here's one tweet. Says, amazing. 750 GE employees walk out in protest of the vaccine mandate Wednesday in Ohio. So that was 1 week ago today. This did not make the national news for some reason. It was actually sent to the Gateway Pundit by a GE engineer friend. And it's the video of the walkout. And yeah, there's the hundreds walking off the job. That's astronomical. All right. How many of them will actually hold the line until that deadline? I believe they've got till what, December the 8th, I think was the deadline. Are we going to shut down the likes of military contract operations? Yeah, building military engines and aircraft and so much more? Because these government contractors, you have to recall, they are not in a situation where they would have the option of getting the shot or being tested every week. The government contractors have to get the shot or you lose your job. And those contract workers, that is definitely a government contractor, right? They don't have an option. All right, a little behind. We'll get our news break here. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Chris Barnes.
The suspect in an Idaho shopping mall shooting on Monday afternoon passed away on Tuesday morning at a hospital, according to the Boise Police Department. In a statement, they say the Ada County Coroner's Office has identified the suspect as 27-year-old Jacob Bergquist. He was wounded during an exchange of gunfire with a police officer at that mall on Monday afternoon, but it's unclear whether the wounds he died of were self-inflicted or if he suffered wounds in that exchange with cops. 3 other people injured in the shooting expected to survive, but again, 2 people were killed. There's no indication of what the gunman's motive was. Pfizer's COVID-19 vaccine for children getting a stamp of approval from an FDA panel. It says it's okay in a lower dose for kids ages 5 through 11. And this is USA Radio News.
If you are trying to quit drinking or doing too many drugs, listen to me. You don't know me and we'll never meet. I had a problem like you once. I drank and used to party a little too much till it got out of control and almost ruined my life. I realized I needed help to fix my problem before it totally destroyed me. If you've tried to fix your drinking and drug problem and you know you can't do it alone, you need to call the National Treatment Advisors. They'll immerse you into a 30-day program to replace your old habits with new habits and totally change your life. And if you have PPO private health insurance, the entire program may be covered. Fix your problem right now before it gets any worse. Get clean. Call now and learn more.
800-844-1675. 800-844-1675. 800-844-1675. That's 800-844-1675.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Hi, this is Pete Matouche. In 1999, my brother started the Turbo 3000. We're proud to continue on with his legacy.
The fuel that you've spent your hard-earned money on is completely burned, and that's your profit going right back where it belongs, in your pocket.
For our Canadian customers, you can get the Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-567-1007. For a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring cord that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, so we mentioned General Electric. Thank you, Jolly Green, for bringing that up. Just this past day, Raytheon Technologies Hey, there's another well-known name, right? Aerospace Defense Systems. Raytheon's top boss warning on Tuesday that their firm will lose several thousand employees who refuse to take the vaccine as it prepares to meet with the Biden administration's January 1 deadline. I quote, "We will lose several thousand people," Raytheon's chief executive Greg Hayes in an interview on CNBC this past day, adding that staff hiring is underway. Raytheon, the maker of Tomahawk missiles, for instance, last month said they will require all employees to be fully vaccinated by mid-December, thanks to the Biden mandate. Many federal contractors, Boeing Company, 3M, American Airlines, have all made similar announcements. Airbus, the European plane maker Airbus, which supplies helicopters to the U.S. Army, also joined the list on Tuesday. Other companies such as Gillette, maker of Procter & Gamble, mandates in place for them as well. Now, they say, to be sure, not every company is facing a pushback. United Food and Commercial Workers, the union that represents 26,000 workers at Tyson, they said 96% of their employees are now vaccinated. I have to kind of wonder, is it, how could it be such a vast difference from, say, workers at Tyson versus workers at GE, where that headline said only 20% of their workforce was vaccinated? Some other large employers, Walmart, were yet to issue the broad requirements. The Labor Department standards will require them to introduce mandates. Separately, Raytheon's chief executive officer said he expects the mandate will cause some disruption in the supply chain in a post-earnings conference call. There we go. General Electric, another federal contractor that has mandated vaccines, said it's too early to say if the decision's going to impact on their operations. We'll have a better read when we get closer to the compliance date. That was the official word from General Electric's CEO. We're just going to disrupt everything. Why not? All right, hang in there. Rubber Duck got you coming up next. Double R. I don't know. When's the last time we had a double shot of Double R? Has that ever happened?
No, it's been a while. Thank you again, Steve, for taking my call. Hey, real quick, I just wanted to ask you a question. The Big Sexy, is that the same one that goes on the cruise with us? Was that the same guy, or is that somebody different?
That's a different. Yeah, same handle, but different guy.
Okay,
The call-in Big Sexy, he's delivering papers down in Arkansas. Yeah, the other Big Sexy.
Oh, okay.
We did hear from, I think, since I've started my new gig, he called in one time on one occasion. So.
Okay.
He never did call in much, though.
I didn't know.
He wasn't around. I don't know if he's even driving at nights. He's probably working days or whatever.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. So.
Yep.
And something else here, real quick. You were talking about them F-16s flying up there at the Daytona up there at Wright-Patterson.
Mm-hmm.
My understanding, when I was in the military before I got out, we had to have so many flight hours in a month, and that's what I was probably thinking, that they probably trying to get all these flight hours in to meet their monthly quota. I know that when I was in, if we didn't get our flight hours on our choppers, when we went up, we'd go out and do auto rotation and just all different kinds of training. We didn't fly. I mean, you had to get your flight hours in, and So I just wanted to comment on that. And then one more real quick, Steve, if you don't mind. That survey they got going out on truck drivers, not, the pay and the problem is these companies, big companies, they got deep pockets and they don't want to pay their drivers the money they deserve. And believe it or not, they put these drivers through hell, and but they don't want to pay them. And I don't blame half of these drivers, especially at these big companies, not wanting to go to work for them. I wouldn't do it for that kind of money, that and this mandate they got going on. I called you the other day. I don't know if you remember or not, and I asked you about GE, and you told me it was 250. A few days ago, I think it was. But what I don't understand is us drivers. We stayed out here during the whole pandemic, bebopping up and down the road, going into hot spots, and Lord and behold, we've been, we were safe. I mean, we didn't get it. Why in the hell are they coming out with a driver shortage and mandating that we get a shot after we already been through the worst that could possibly be? It doesn't make sense.
Nope.
I mean, to me, it's a big money thing, But that's all my bitching and bickering. I'm going to let you go here. And I had to stop in Anderson, Indiana, because my dispatcher in the box told me I had to take a 30-minute break. And anyhow, that's what I'm doing right now. But I just wanted to chime in and put in a couple more pennies on my behalf. But anyhow, you have a wonderful morning, my friend. I'm out here listening, and everybody be safe. And thank you again, Steve, for taking my call.
You got it. Thank you. And like you mentioned, the trucking community was out there from the very beginning and did not miss a beat through the entire pandemic without vaccinations. And many now have opted. Many have opted not to. It should be their choice. Same can be said for all these similar government contract companies. To my recollection, I don't believe General Electric shut down. I don't believe Raytheon shut down. Many of these companies continued working. My daughter works for another of those very similar government contract companies. They never shut down. They all implemented a screening process before you could enter your workspace on any given day. They had, if you had close contact with a fellow employee that did come down with COVID, you had to quarantine for 10 days or 14 days, whatever the case was. They had set up the big tents outside the entrance and had workers out there. Everyone had their temperature taken before they were allowed to enter. You had to, on a daily basis, she had to fill out a little survey form. Do you have any conditions? Do you have a stuffy nose? Do you have this? Do you have anything that would be symptomatic of possible COVID? But they never shut down. She continued to work day in and day out through the entire pandemic. And now they come out and tell her, if you don't get the shot, you're out of a job. And it's 10 before the hour. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring cord that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Product claims without proof.
every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hi, this is Pete Matouche. In 1999, my brother started the Turbo 3000. We're proud to continue on with his legacy.
The fuel that you've spent your hard-earned money on is completely burned, and that's your profit going right back where it belongs, in your pocket.
For our Canadian customers, you can get the Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-567-1007. For a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Once again, thank you so much for spending some time with us. I do appreciate your support of the program. I would even more appreciate your showing support by using the products, the Hot Shot Secret products, the line of products. And, of course, coming up here, next visit with Chris Gabrelchik is, the calendar would say November the 5th, but that's the week of the SEMA show. And they'll be in Las Vegas. I think we're probably going to have to bump that to the following Friday, but we'll play it by ear. Meanwhile, it is 844-844-3388. There's Rubber Duck. Thanks for hanging in there. What's going on?
Good morning, buddy. How are you?
Doing well. Happy Hump Day.
Happy Hump Day. And then you're gonna need your dynamite, because at the end of this call, I'm sorry, I'm a squirrel like chasing the nut in the parking lot that's rolling down there because it's wintertime. You're going to need this at the end.
Uh-oh.
You're a racing guy. Have you heard of the 24-hour of lemons?
I indeed have. And Hot Shot Secret sponsors some of those drivers of the 24-hour of lemons. Yes, sir. Indeed.
I have a strange idea. Why don't we take one of the impounded cars I get out of the tow yard, which would fit the purchase prices, and put together a overnight drive team, and you do a show live from the car.
Live from the car. Okay, all right.
Your shift.
Okay.
Come on.
Yeah. Boy,
Come on. I'll put the car up. I got the perfect car. The kid tried to steal the son of the gun out of the impound yard, so we're going to save this one special. He's not getting it back. But that was just one thing I was thinking of while I was here, looking at the freight boards, thinking that me as the tow truck guy, I sit here, I wait for the phone to ring for people's unfortunate misfortunes. I've taken our tractor and I've done a pretty good dedicated deal every day with it. But with all these containers stranded offshore and all this food and all these Christmas gifts being struggled and everything, well, they're not posting it out there for anybody to haul it. And if they are, I'm sorry, I'm not leaving the house. Not for those rates.
Mm-hmm.
It just, the big company mentality has never fit my personality. I went to work for one of the biggest companies in my industry, and I didn't make it 90 days, and they wore me out. And I gave up, and I found somebody that was, needing a driver. That's what he said. I need a good driver who can drive everything I got. And those kind of guys take care of you. They don't want to see you leave.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's where the shortage is. The shortage is good companies. The shortage isn't drivers. The shortage is good companies that take care of the drivers.
I think that's for the most part that's what OOIDA's been saying for all those years. Yes.
People start something and they unfortunately lose their way due to greed. But with what's happened with the economy, and I'm not going to blame it on the sniffles. It's the economy. What's happened with the economy has made everybody have to reinvent themselves. And somebody that I've known for 30 years of my life texted me earlier tonight, and he goes, "Man, this is 2008 all over again." I went, "Yeah, but we did pretty good between then and 2011. We reinvented ourselves."
Mm-hmm.
And he said, "Yeah, I guess it's time to reinvent ourselves." So I guess that's why I'm up at 3 a.m. looking at the boards. The trains are moving. I can tell you they haven't slowed down a bit. We still get 80 a day through here. Shakes the house, makes the paint fall off.
So with all those containers backed up at the ports, if the rails are still moving, I don't know. I don't get. Truck drivers say it ain't us. Some say it's the rails are behind. Some say, well, there's not enough space to put the containers. I don't know what the actual full answer is. Maybe just a combination of all those pieces of the puzzle. But yes, in regards to your first question. Yeah, everyone's heard of the 24-hour of Le Mans, right? The multi-million-dollar race series, overseas, whatever. Most have not heard of the 24-hour of Lemons. It's kind of a spin-off on that. That we talked about that in the early weeks when we first started my affiliation with Hot Shot Secret. And Kyle had explained where it's an organization that takes veterans suffering things like post-traumatic stress disorder. And they gather a number of those veterans for a weekend where they get to, it's pretty much, it's lemons. I mean, old beat-up cars that they get back into a running order, and they put them out there on the track to race. It's just an opportunity to have a good time. 1 in 3 American veterans deals with post-traumatic stress disorder. So maybe I can rehash that. For those who may have not been with us when we had talked about the 24-hour of Lemons, for all too many veterans returning from their military service, that means coping with PTSD. They have a hard time readjusting to life out of the military. Symptoms include constantly on edge, emotionally numb, disconnected, or close to panic or exploding. It's a gradual process to recover. The goal of this group is to raise enough money to fully fund the costs of they've got a Lemons Challenge, but they raise funds to get these veterans to come out there, become a part of a team. They really bond, and they just have a good time out there racing those old beaters. Some of them make it through 24 hours. Many do not make it through 24 hours. But yeah, it's a great cause, and just one of the many organizations that Chris Gabelchik and the folks at Hot Shot Secret have opted to support over the years. Another great cause for our veterans. Meanwhile, we get our final hour just ahead here. First, a news break, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Chris Barnes.
The Santa Fe, New Mexico DA not ruling out criminal charges possibly being brought in the shooting death of a cinematographer on the set of the movie Rust. Alec Baldwin having pulled the trigger on that gun that an assistant director had claimed was a cold gun, meaning it wasn't live, didn't have any bullets in it, but in fact it did. The New York Times is now reporting the DA says everything, including criminal charges, remain on the table. U.S. Senate Republican leader Mitch McConnell is hitting Democrats over their social spending bill, or the social infrastructure package.
The country's awash in inflation. The country's flooded with money. The last thing we need to do is to pile on with another massive, reckless tax and spending spree.
At the close on Wall Street Tuesday, the S&P 500 and the Dow had both hit new record highs. And this is USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne Alaroot for Patriot VPN. Patriot VPN is a virtual private network service that uses military-grade encryption to protect your internet connection on all of your devices. With Patriot VPN, your data and internet privacy is secure anywhere in the world. Why do you need Patriot VPN? Cyber criminals, government, even your own internet service provider collect and use your private information without your knowledge. Examples in the news recently, remember all the companies that have been hacked? Cuba censored the internet to kill protests? Here in America, conservative groups are being actively targeted. Your personal information and internet history is being sold by your ISP. It's all happening every day, but not with Patriot VPN. With Patriot VPN, your internet activity and history is protected from prying eyes forever. Patriot VPN is a veteran-owned business right here in the USA. For business or your family, starting at only $6.95 a month, use code WAR and get 3 months free. With an annual subscription, it's all at PatriotVPN.com. That's PatriotVPN.com.
An expert panel at the FDA says Pfizer's COVID vaccine for kids 5 through 11 should be given the green light. That panel's endorsement covering the lower dose for those younger children. Pfizer's vaccine is already available for those 12 and older. Moving it down for the younger kids, that decision has to be looked at next by the full FDA and then has to be approved by the CDC as well. If an agreement on it is reached, it looks like that social infrastructure bill is going to have a lower price tag than originally quoted, as we hear from USA Radio's Tim Berg.
Wyoming Senator John Barrasso says no matter what the price is, Americans will still have to pay for it.
Everybody's going to end up having to pay for this if they get to finally figure out what's going to be in it.
The Biden administration says it has framework to pay for the bill, and they would never increase taxes on anyone making less than $400,000 a year.
This is USA Radio News.
Bingo fun fact number 24. Online bingo is now America's favorite pastime activity. Go to BingoRadioUSA.com to play Bingo Treasure for free. Play from any device, your smartphone, tablet, or computer. The account is free. The play is free. Play one card, play more. Chat with other players. Meet new friends. It's all free at BingoRadioUSA.com. That's BingoRadioUSA.com. Bingo from any device. Hurry! Free accounts are limited.
Chicken giant Tyson Foods saying the company's vaccine mandate has resulted in 96% of their workforce rolling up their sleeves. All told, the company employs about 120,000 people, so only about 4,000 people are not protected from COVID-19. Tyson's U.S. workers have until November 1st to get vaccinated after the company announced the mandate in August. The company adding that it's seen a steep decline in active COVID-19 cases in their workforce because of those mandated immunizations. The Atlanta Braves have taken the first game of the World Series, beating the Houston Astros 6-2 on Tuesday night in Houston. The U.S. Senate giving the thumbs up to some new members of the Biden administration as members confirmed 4 of the president's ambassador nominees by voice vote on Tuesday. They include former Arizona Senator Jeff Flake to become ambassador to Turkey, former New Mexico Senator Thomas Udall. He'll become envoy to New Zealand and Samoa. The widow of former Arizona Senator John McCain, Cindy McCain, was confirmed to become ambassador to the UN's agencies for food and agriculture. And the widow of the late Senator Ted Kennedy, Victoria Reggie Kennedy, was given the green light to become ambassador to Austria. Tuesday saw Wall Street indexes closing higher at the bell, the S&P and the Dow both setting new records at the close. And for USA Radio News, I'm Chris Barnes.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel particulate filter regeneration.
the DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, there we go. Final hour off and rolling here. And we've got lines available at 844-833-88. Several people had called or emailed mentioning OOIDA. The executive vice president, Louis Pugh, appeared on the Glenn Beck program, getting more of a national light for those not associated with the trucking industry into what's going on with the so-called driver shortage and the inefficiencies of the supply chain. He says it has nothing to do with the shortage of truck drivers. Again, this is Monday's Glenn Beck program. Louis said, first and foremost, there is no national shortage of drivers. That is false. There's a turnover problem in trucking. There's a retention problem in trucking. We have a broken, inefficient system. And with all the shortages with COVID and everything, it's all finally really been brought to light. The supply chain disruptions has been a hot topic recently. We all know, going to the 24/7 operations at the ports and how we're going to try to fix this and fix that. OIDA quickly responded to the plan, saying that moving to a 24/7 model is not going to fix many of these problems. Most of what we are seeing is not a surprise to our members who've been plagued with dysfunction in the supply chain for decades. And it's not realistic to expect the supply chain's going to suddenly operate efficiently on a 24/7 schedule when drivers are not being paid for their time. Now, Louis was a truck driver for more than 20 years before going to work at OOIDA at the headquarters there in Grain Valley, Missouri. He told Beck that there's no incentive for shippers and receivers to get those trucks loaded or unloaded quickly because the drivers aren't paid for the time they're sitting. First, they don't get paid well. Their time isn't worth anything to anybody. The supply chain, the loading and unloading, is so inefficient. They get mileage pay. So when they're sitting in these long lines at the ports or the big box stores or the warehouses, they're not getting paid for that time. Truck drivers should be compensated for all their time, and they have called for the repeal of the truck driver overtime exemption in the Fair Labor Standards Act. Adding more trucks will not solve the problem either. You'll just have longer lines of trucks. The trucks are there. You see them on TV. You see them sitting in line. The problem is the inefficiency of loading the trucks and unloading the trucks, he says. He gave an example of a driver he knows who was fined by a big box store for showing up early to deliver a load of produce. He showed up early. The box store tried to give him a $250 fine. That's how crazy this industry has gotten. Instead of focusing on plans to use the National Guard to move cargo or lowering the interstate truck driving age to 18, the goal should be to make truck driving a more enticing long-term career. Referring to the turnover rates again, I've sat around in Ohio waiting longer to unload steel than the 10-hour drive it took me to get there from New York. And you get paid nothing for that. You wonder why people are leaving the industry. If trucking salaries kept up with inflation since the 1970s, truck drivers today would be making six figures. There are very few truck drivers that are making six figures. Yeah, there's a few, very limited number, but the overwhelming majority, especially those when you first start out, those first several years where many of them give up and say, I can't make ends meet on this. All right, plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. What do you say, Chevy Guy?
Oh, I was thinking about, and by the way, if you hear an alarm in the background, I have no clue what it is. I'm down here in Hazelhurst in the pellet mill. But my whole place might be blowing up. I wouldn't know. Raytheon and your question about Raytheon and Tyson in compliance with the mandate, the government mandate.
Yep.
Where Tyson is well ahead in compliance. Well, I thought about, your question is why the difference. And I mean this in the most respectful way. Education and Raytheon, and it's not Tyson. That's rough work, filthy, stinky, rough work.
Mm-hmm.
But along with education, the ability to speak good English, and to know your constitutional rights and your civil rights. So I think maybe that's the difference. I mean, if you don't know what's coming down the pike and understand what your government is doing, I assume Raytheon, there it went off and we're still here, so I guess that's okay. Yeah, we should get a list telling us what these alarms are doing, It's interesting. But, well, there it goes again. So if this is my last word, I'm saying this is, that's my answer to your question is what the difference is.
That could make sense. Yeah, right. Because those people working at a meat packing plant or chopping up the chickens or whatever. Yeah, those are going to be probably more of the lower educated and not making good money, and that probably don't have time or whatever to even do any research. They just hear what the CDC or the FDA says, whereas the more intelligent crowd maybe does some research and says, based on what I've researched, I don't know that I'm ready to do this right now. So that would make a good point.
And in total respect to the people working at the Tyson.
Absolutely.
Because,
yes.
Hey, we like our fried chicken, do we not?
Yes, we do.
So, just wanted to make that point, and it does seem like a lot of us are still to this point. I don't have to face that right now, even with the mask mandate in these mills. It's only if you go into one of the offices, they out here in the mill itself, where we're at the dumps, they don't enforce it. Nobody's wearing a mask. So I don't know if it'll go that way if they start mandating the shots in these mills. So we'll just see as it comes down the pike, and then I might have to be facing that situation too,
Yep.
I mean, there's only so many mills and so many jobs down here in this rural area that I live in. So other than that, I'm going to try to get on this and dump this load. Pardon my breathing hard.
Hey, you're working for a living, right? Yeah, working up a sweat on a chilly morning. Well, thank you, Chevy guy. Let me see here. Well, let me skip over that. Let me jump over to China. New topic. Do you recall several months ago I shared on this program where the Democrat Party, several Democrats are actually wanting to scrap the Space Force, that new military branch that former President Trump actually created. They say it's all a waste of time. It's a waste of money. Now, how hilarious is it to hear a Democrat trying to say it's a waste of money with all that they're trying to do with these massive pork spending bills? And hey, we're going to spend billions to stop climate change. Yet there is a legitimate threat out there in the form of China, Russia, others in the years to come. What's happening in the heavens above is a definitive platform that needs to be addressed when it comes to national defense. Yes, we need a Space Force. Here's the latest example of why. China has just launched a new satellite that analysts say can be used as a weapon capable of grabbing and crushing American satellites. The Shenzhen 21 satellite sent aloft this past weekend atop a rocket booster from the launch center there in China, which they say ostensibly is for cleaning space debris. You know, there is a lot of space junk out there. They stated the satellite is tasked with demonstrating technologies to alleviate and neutralize space debris. The robotic satellite launch followed a suspected recent test of course, their hypersonic missile. That China says, well, it was a peaceful space experiment. Commander of the U.S. Space Command, Armed Force General James Dickinson, tells Congress that spacecraft like the Shenzhen 21 is part of an effort by China to seek space superiority through space and space attack systems. One notable object, the Shenzhen 17, a satellite from China that actually has a robotic arm, according to the general. Space-based robotic arm technology could be used in a future system for grappling other satellites. The Shenzhen 17 is used for communications and monitoring space debris, but it is capable of maneuvering close to other orbiting satellites and either grabbing or crushing the satellite. If we were to get into a space conflict sort of scenario, any sort of conflict, and you're not ready to defend such a system, could you imagine if China has the capability of grabbing military communication satellites and crushing them and cutting off our military line of communications? The general went on to say, the co-orbital robotic spacecraft is part of a growing arsenal of space weaponry that's being fielded by the Chinese military. Yes, I suggest we need a Space Force. And with that, we'll get a quick chime out here. Lines available at 844-844-3388. Back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits, to maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue DEF Platinum. The best just got better.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolate. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch 4-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
By the way, here's another little added incentive to place your order right now. Maybe stock up on your Diesel Winter Anti-Gel or Diesel Winter Rescue. Always keep one of those handy because you never know. Hey, but now through the end of the month, now through Halloween, it's not trick or treat, it's pick your treat. Yes, pick your treat at Hot Shot Secret. You get your choice of a free, either a 4-ounce everyday diesel treatment or the LX4 or the Diesel Winter Anti-Gel with any order over $55 between now and Halloween. Pick your treat at hotshotsecret.com. And, of course, don't forget to use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your order as well. This week's 5-star review, I'm looking here. Eddie says, wow, fastest delivery I've ever gotten from an online service. And yes, the products are excellent or I would not be using them. There you go. Thank you, Eddie. Yes, so he got his order in, got some of the oil, the FR3 friction reducer, the everyday diesel treatment, some Diesel Extreme. Yeah, thanks for supporting the products there, Eddie. And let me see, let's get back to the calls. Randy, I believe, next up here. Correct, Randy?
Hey, Steve.
Morning.
I've been hauling livestock into these Tyson plants for years. And Columbus Junction way back, probably about 25, 27 years ago, they had a whole bunch of illegal aliens in there that were working. And I just questioned the fact whether a lot of these illegals, or now it's a lot of Burmese and a lot of people from other countries as well, if they're getting government, because at that time, and sometimes through this era, the government has actually been kicking in some of their pay into Tyson. See what I'm saying? So let's just say the guy's making $10 an hour. The government may be kicking in $3 for that or $5 of that pay.
Mm-hmm.
And so in the end result, Tyson doesn't have to pay that full $10 an hour. Also, last Saturday, I went down to Stoops Freightliner to get some parts, and this goes back to the driver shortage, and there ain't no driver shortage. I think that it all goes back to getting more foreign people in here and giving them jobs, because if you do that, it does cut down on the amount of unemployed people. And when we went into Stoops Freightliner, there was 18 people standing in line, okay? Me and a buddy of mine and his little boy went down there to get the parts, and there was another Caucasian fella and another American person, and then there was all the rest of them were all from, I think, India. How in the world do we get 14 people from India standing in the parts line? I mean, if you look at the percentages, that's ungodly.
Right.
And when I got to talking to the parts guy, he said it's like that all the time.
Wow.
I know when I went down to get my license plates in Indianapolis 2 years ago, the lady down there told me that there's the percentage of foreign people in relation to the number of American people getting license plates. She said it's at least 7 to 1. Foreign people versus American guys coming in there. Now, maybe the American guys are all getting their plates online. I don't know. I'm not that guy. I'm not smart enough to run a computer. I'm just saying it's amazing how many foreign drivers, if you get going down the interstate, if you see Ontario license plates, the guy's probably got a turban on his head. Where in the world did that ever come from?
Wow.
Where did I did not know. I mean, I challenge you. If you're going down the road, you see Ontario license plates, look up there and look at the driver. It's amazing. It's hard to imagine there is that many people from India in Canada. I mean, how'd they all get there? And they're not like they're 15 years old, you know. They're all, you know, look to be in their 40s or so. So I guess the percentages and what I was talking about, driver shortages, was it created? If we get rid of the owner-operators, per se, but we get all these guys signed on from other countries, won't it just boil down to having all foreigners driving the trucks? I mean, I don't know. I guess I hate to put the ball in their court.
Yeah, I mean,
you know?
We know for years though that some of these big companies have been, going to Congress talking about lack of driver shortage, and we need more drivers, and we need more. What is it, H-2B or H-1B, whatever kind of whatever visas? We need more of these people to come in to drive our trucks, and I think that's where a lot of them have been coming in. Here, I'm not sure if they have a similar scenario in Canada. Maybe they do.
Well, so if they come into the United States, okay, I do not know this, okay?
Mm-hmm.
I just question whether this is part of the deal. So I know, like I said, I've hauled livestock for years, and I know when the people from the Netherlands come in to put up the dairy farms, okay, when they come in, they were assured a government loan, okay? So the dairy farmer, actually, this gets really confusing, but the dairy farmer would come in and put up X amount of dollars, okay? They would go to a bank and get surety through the bank with the money that they put up, and then the outstanding balance was supplied by the United States government to build these mega dairies. I mean, we're talking dairies that's 2,000, 2,500, 4,000, 16, 18,000 head of cows, dairy cows. And our United States government was supplying the money, the biggest percentage. Now, did they go broke? You bet. That first round of them went broke. But that was all rolled back to Weberhoff, that they were the co-signers. They were the named co-signers. and then they would turn around and sell that dairy to another person from the Netherlands. That's how you got all these great big dairies going around. Now, Dan Yogurt over there by Minster, Ohio, that's a little bit different deal. But I'm talking about these mega dairies where they got, 4, 5, 6,000 head around. They put out all those people that had 75, 100, 200 head of cows. That was the family farms. Those people could not compete. We are constantly seeing the same thing over and over in all businesses. There tends to be a few big ones, and it all ends up being monopolies. And it bothers me to no end when you think about, I don't know if you go get milk or even oil. Okay, so for example, on oil, I had a gallon of oil at Walmart. I think it's like $17, $18, $20 a gallon, and a barrel of oil is only $80. Okay, so there's, and I know that crude, it has to be refined and everything. But when you sit and think about that, there's like 47 gallons in a barrel. How in the world did they? You think of the margin in that? That's craziness. It takes so much money to get to that.
Right.
Are you still there?
Yeah, I got you.
Oh, okay. But I guess I question, there's nobody that ever looks into this. It seems to all go by the wayside. We do not need everything going to just only big operators. You know what I mean? Just think how much more stability is with many legs, like in a centipede or something, versus a chicken. So many different aspects keeps things so much more stable. And right now, I think everywhere you look, everything's pretty unstable. Yeah, I guess that's pretty much all I got.
Okay.
But it's just nuts how this continually goes on, and we keep weeding out all the little guys. And
we kind of,
anyway,
we've been hearing for years the trend where more and more, like you say, drivers, you get out there at the truck stops out over the road, and I've talked to many that say just it's unbelievable the number of drivers from elsewhere around the world are out there moving freight here in the USA today. But right there, we get a quick news break. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Chris Barnes.
The Santa Fe, New Mexico DA not ruling out criminal charges possibly being brought in the shooting death of a cinematographer on the set of the movie Rust. Alec Baldwin having pulled the trigger on that gun that an assistant director had claimed was a cold gun, meaning it wasn't live, didn't have any bullets in it, but in fact it did. The New York Times is now reporting the DA says everything, including criminal charges, remain on the table. U.S. Senate Republican leader Mitch McConnell is hitting Democrats over their social spending bill, or the social infrastructure package.
The country's awash in inflation. The country's flooded with money. The last thing we need to do is to pile on with another massive, reckless tax and spending spree.
At the close on Wall Street Tuesday, the S&P 500 and the Dow had both hit new record highs. And this is USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, the founder of Youngevity and veterinarian physician, and I'm the guy that figured out the cause, prevention, and cure of cystic fibrosis. I'm the guy that found the cause, prevention, and cure of muscular dystrophy, and then I figured out the cause and prevention of Sennett death syndrome. You don't hear about those three diseases anymore because in federal lawsuits, we were able to force the manufacturers of baby formulas to put these nutrients in the baby formulas. And those three diseases, cystic fibrosis and muscular dystrophy, were not genetic diseases. They were just simple nutritional deficiencies. In Sennett death syndrome, crib death was not due to mother laying on the babies. Only 2% of the babies were in bed with their mothers when they died. 98% were in cribs. We had that nutrient put into the baby formulas, and we ended crib death. 28 years ago, one child died of crib death per 100 normal births. Today, it's 1 per 3,000 normal births. And if everybody would give all the 90 essential nutrients to these kids, none of them would die. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels are cleaner, but they leave injector deposits, causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is a 6-in-1 fuel additive recommended for all diesel engines. It is formulated with the most concentrated detergent on the market, a top-tier level cetane booster, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, starting at the fuel tank and traveling throughout the fuel lines and fuel pump, and finally completely cleaning your injectors. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme improves your diesel's fuel economy and eliminates excessive black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
PureFlow AirDog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Let me see here. I've heard of Spanx. Haven't worn any Spanx, but I know some women that do. Yes, Spanx. They make like slimming underwear, bras, pantyhose, other undergarments. And the founder, a girl by the name of Sarah Blakely, according to the reports, could teach Jeff Bezos a thing or two when it comes to showing gratitude to employees. One day, after reaching a deal to sell the underwear maker to a private equity firm, she gave each of her 500 employees first-class plane tickets and $10,000 in spending money. Held a little party to celebrate the announcement that Blackstone was buying a majority stake in the Atlanta-based manufacturer. Now, the transaction, which values the company at $1.2 billion, will have her keeping a sizable interest in continuing to run the company with the current management team. She'll also be the executive chairwoman once the deal closes. But to celebrate, she told her employees, "We're all getting 2 first-class plane tickets to anywhere around the world, along with $10,000 to cover the cost of accommodations." How about that? Yeah, cheers and some tears. When she started the company 21 years ago, her goal was to be one day worth $20 million. She said at the time, everybody laughed at me. But she built the company, delivering amazing products to women to use their very feminine principles in a very masculine space, which is business, she said. All right, so there you go. That's, as an employee, how would that feel? 2 tickets take you and your significant other wherever you want to go in the world, and here's 10 grand to spend while you're there on whatever you want. That's a pretty cool story. All right, let me see. Jay, what's happening this morning?
Hi, Steve. Hey, I live here in Whiteland, Indiana. And Greenwood, they're full of Indians. They all drive trucks. They're independents. They own their own trucks and business. It's amazing how many we got over there. They got a whole housing addition. There's nothing but Indians. When they bought it every house there was in this addition.
Wow.
So they all stay in there. But most time the older gentlemen, they're the ones that see you wear the turban. The younger guys, they got short hair. They don't wear turbans, but mostly it's the older guys but they've been buying brand new trucks here lately. They've been buying them glider kits, and we got there's 3 spots over here in Greenwood and Whiteland where they park trucks. They own all of them. Mm-hmm. And they park all their trucks in there. It's amazing how many there is. I'm just wondering, how I can't even afford a brand new truck, and they're getting brand new trucks. But it's just amazing how many there is over there. We're full. We got a mosque over there too. They got a mosque built there in Greenwood.
Wow.
Something you see overseas, over here. Yeah, I got a great big one over there. But that Highway to Hell there on the Weather Channel of Canada, I started watching that, and they're full of Indians up there too. That's amazing how many. You'd think they'll all be out of that country. Amazing we see over here. But a lot of them can't speak English. You can't understand them when they talk to you.
I got a couple from via email. First of all, Doughboy was checking in, and he said if you look at the Amazon drivers who pull for Amazon when they pass, he said like 9 out of 10 of them, look like they're the Indians. Terry from Canada sent me an email. He said if I'm up tomorrow, I'll give you a call on the program and address the East Indian driver situation here in Canada. So maybe he can shed some light on that. Interesting.
Yeah. Well, you watch that Weather Channel in Canada, they get up the mountains in the snow, and the tow truck drivers are the only one that pulling out. It's the Indians. They don't know how to put chains on. They're always stuck. And they barely speak English. They got one towing company up there in Canada where the guy's an Indian. He owns it. And he's on that show. But, yeah, it's amazing. Like I say, we're full of them down there in south of Indianapolis. They're just full of them. So it just makes you wonder how they got here and be able to get their own authority. That's a tough thing there. Run on your own authority. I done that once and it didn't work out.
Is that right? Okay.
So.
Well, maybe. I don't know the answers there. So that's, I'll be intrigued to hear from Terry if he can give us that call tomorrow morning. Let me see here. Morning, Steve, and the Hot Shot Secret Nation. Coffee up. Happy hump day. Crisp 34 degrees. Fort Wayne. We got a heat wave all the way up to 46 degrees today in Sterling Heights, Michigan. So ready to head out. We'll make that flip. 59 days till Christmas. Thank you, Truck and Phil. Always good to have you joining us here, especially in our final hour of the program. Hey, there is a city just to the north of Cincinnati here, Mason, Ohio, where the city of Mason voted earlier this week to criminalize abortion. The city council of Mason, just north of Cincinnati, voting 4-3 to make the city of Mason what they call a sanctuary for the unborn. Now, the report says Mason does not have any abortion clinics in the city limits. Supporters of the ban argue, well, this will prevent any abortion clinics from being set up in the city in the future. But the law states that anyone who aids and abets an abortion in Mason will become a criminal and a felon. Any violators of the law can face up to a year in prison and a $2,500 fine for each abortion they perform. This goes into effect on November 24th. All right, let me see here. The members who voted for the ban were Mason's mayor and several council members. The vice mayor said, "I'm here to protect life. It's a fundamental issue for me. It's the foundation. If the foundations be destroyed, what do we have left? I'm not here just to decide how bright the street lights should be or where the next roundabout's going to go in." Yeah, those are important issues, but they're not as fundamental as protecting life, he said. All right, Mason becomes the second Ohio city to outlaw abortion. The first was Lebanon, which is a city just to the north of Mason, where they voted to ban abortion back in May. Very interesting. Boy, that topic's become a kind of a hot topic again, especially with the law in Texas, and obviously lawsuits immediately being filed in cases like that. We return into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Pure Flow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with Pure Flow Air Dog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
How about that? In my conversation with Chevy Guy earlier, I suggested, taking that skeleton he found at Walmart yesterday, strap it in the passenger seat of the big truck, take him out on the road. Yeah, I get an email from Scarecrow. And if I can figure out how to do it, he sent me a couple of photographs. He actually has exactly that. in his truck. Hey, Steve, Chevy Guys Call inspired me to introduce you to the driver recruit and future overnight drive caller, Bone Jangles. Bone Jangles. He recently came out of our closet. You know, most families have skeletons in their closets. He comes out every year about this time. He heard about those sign-on bonuses. He wants in. Management okayed his riding with me to get a feel for trucking. I'm kind of having my doubts as everything I share with him appears to be going in one ear and out the other. He says he's dead tired and we're not even halfway through the trip. Thinking autonomous trucks may be a better fit for him. Now, my next concern, my real concern is what might happen if his ex, that's Bone Jenna, what a temptress, what if she decides to show up? And he sent me a picture of Bone Jenna as well. Yeah, sitting on the couch. Yeah, with her coconut bra and her grass skirt on. That's great. But yeah, Bone Jangles out there riding in the truck. That's awesome. He sent a picture. They're sitting at the fuel island, waiting to fuel up. About 9 before the hour. Hey, let's try Gilligan. What's happening, Gilligan?
Yeah, good morning, Steve. Yeah, I got my pickup sitting in the front yard with a pair of skeletons in it. One in the passenger side, one in the driver's side.
Do you?
The bad part about the neighbors say they can probably drive it better than I can. You know? That's downright scary. I'm going to touch on that story up there in Mason. A lot of these news stories leave out, if I'm not mistaken, every one of these laws banning abortion includes a provision for extreme circumstances. Does that law also exclude those extreme circumstances?
Yeah, I know that I cannot say because the story did not spell that out. Yeah, just all that was in there is pretty much what I shared.
Okay, because people say, well, women are going to be dying because they can't get an abortion because the child is going to kill them. Every one of these laws that I have found that include that provision in case of the mother's life is at risk or it's a case of rape or incest. You know, these are the extreme circumstances.
Yeah.
So I don't know about you, but of course, if the woman's life is at risk, I had a friend that almost lost his wife because of that. If she would have been full term, she would have probably more than likely died, and the baby would have too. So that is a situation, you know, there where I could see that. If the woman's raped, I can understand why she would not be forced to have a child that was conceived by rape. Or, you know, that's usually what the case of incest comes into. Another thing I want to touch on, I don't know whether you noticed, you've seen the story on this, I should have sent you a link. Down there in Texas, Governor Abbott, down there in Texas, that's right. He signed the bill banning transgender students from sports other than their biological gender. Well, I seen the photograph in the background. These people are signing, holding up signs, let them play. Well, they can play. They just got to play in the gender which they was born in.
Correct.
This is more liberalism going nuts. You know, a boy will outperform girls. I mean, as a rule of thumb. Now, I'm not going to say there's women out there that are stronger than I am, even faster than I am these days, especially and stuff. But as a general rule, boys are stronger and faster than girls, as a rule. So it's unfair for a biological male to compete in a female sport. I really don't get this. You got these now, National Organization of Women, they say you should be up in arms. over this. Why are they staying silent? But, oh, well. That's how it is. Well, thank you for taking my call, Steve.
Yeah, you're
I
welcome.
hope you have a good day.
I'm glad I called you back this morning there, Gilligan. Have a good morning. I did see that in Texas. Greg Abbott, again, kind of stirring the pot a little bit. He's saying, hey, if you're born a male, you're not going to participate in female. I believe it was high school and college sports. I do believe. Undoubtedly, immediately they'll take it to court. They'll sue. Just another lawsuit to hash things out. But hey, real quick, final of the Wednesday morning. That gets a DA of the Week nominee. Seems like these happen way too often. This has got to be like the third in the last 3 or 4 months event where he had the bed raised on the dump truck going down the road. The raised bed of a big rig was actually, in this case, ripped from the truck beneath the overpass in Arizona late last week. The semi was traveling along the Loop 202 with the bed raised. Struck the overpass, literally tore the raised bed off the truck. Luckily, no one was hurt. No other vehicles were damaged. But it did do some damage to the road sign attached to the overpass. Why was the bed raised is the question. Well, because somebody wasn't paying attention. That's all I could tell you. All right, with that, we'll close things out here on a Wednesday morning, hump day. I hope everything's all right with horse feathers. We did not get a Mike. What day is it? Hump day out of horse feathers this morning. But I'm pretty sure he's been up there playing in the rain as that nor'easter is tormenting the Northeast. He may have actually had a night to stay home with the guppy and sleep in his own bed. Looks like things are beginning to clear out in the Northeast corridor there. Still some rain up in northernmost New Jersey, on over towards Boston and whatnot, but the winds, I believe, are still howling, blowing onshore. Look out traveling through central portions of the country today. That risk zone from eastern Texas on over into eastern Oklahoma, Arkansas, moving up through Missouri. The zone where you could see some strong to severe storms, especially this afternoon. Cannot rule out tornadoes once again. And we'll bring you all up to speed when we come back at the midnight hour tonight. Hope you'll join us for another edition of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. looks better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of.